Alrighty, well, happy Wednesday, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I'm gonna be doing some Elite today. Kitty on the desk here. Just move things around. Yeah, no. Don't even. Does this thing where he tries to play with his tail. When I ignore him in this fashion, he doesn't like it. He wants my attention. And I'm like, well, tough buddy. I'm busy. Good morning, everyone. Let's see. I don't have the camera set up yet, but he's staring at his tail because he knows. So I have the little spray bottle, personal space bottle, which he will get spritzed. Joystick's not centered. He's not a good boy. That's right. I'm talking to you. All right. Anyways, we're gonna be doing Elite today. Has everyone abandoned me? No, I'm just kidding. But no, we will be doing Elite today. That part I'm not kidding about. All right. Let's see. Talked to Sunny. She did not make it to the new jump coordinate, which is fine. So I'm going to take the next set of coordinates and start heading out that way. And then she's either going to make it out to where I am or at least the fleet carrier. And then I'll jump the fleet carrier and either her along with it or we'll be meeting up for it, but we'll see how it goes. I always try and make plans, but leave them open. All right. How do we look over there? Looking good. Did order another hard drive, another I guess an NVMe one. Looks like a freaking stick of RAM. But need more space for games. Moving too many around. Too many games these days need an SSD, and my 2 terabit drive is not an SSD. We'll just leave it at that. So I don't have a lot of space on my SSD, which is only 1 terabit and terabyte, whatever. And runs my Windows there. So yeah, bit the bullet on that one. But all right, so let's see. I did have ED Discovery open. Let's see, there it is. All right, where are we going? We are tabbing back to the game. There we go. Thank you. Can head out this way because this is where we will be jumping the fleet carrier to next. Though it's only 8 jumps, which is not really that far. Well, I'll leave that. All right, excuse me. So we will go out in a direction, shoot back in. That should be fine. Let's see. We're on this side. Just pick some star in space here. It doesn't matter. What do we got here? 15 jumps. That is acceptable. How do the stars look around here? It's okay. This is a L. You don't want to get too far into kind of empty space there. Let's see. Let's drop in here 15. Let's see. Should be okay. need a completely different button. See, like, it requires you to hold down both mouse buttons to do this. So, and, you know, cranking the joystick for all this just doesn't seem right. I wish they would identify which ones are fuel cells, fuel stars better without needing to click on them. I can kind of get it by how it looks, but then I got to still zoom in there. It would just be like a diamond or something around it. Like each of these are a fuel star along your path. I'd be like, oh, that's perfect. That's all I need to know. All right, this whole area looks not happy, to be honest. Right. 9 jumps is acceptable. I think I can make it 6 typically before I get uncomfortable. And it's only 9, so should be okay. Let's do that. We'll end at a white star, which is a fuel star. Yeah, F, yeah. So that sounds like a plan. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. You know, whatever to all of you. No. All right. All right, let's see. We're on Spaceball One, man. I do kind of miss the safety of the fleet carrier. We've been away from it for so long. Just finally got back to it, and I'm like, all right. Bye, everyone. Behave in my absence as the party's starting. Respect my authority. All right, here we go.
You are clear to leave.
Like the boss is gone. Respect me as a boss. I couldn't even say that. All right, here we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
I had considered doing pretzel again, but I kid you not, like, there's at least one time throughout the entire stream that I get a strike when I do that. Not a strike, I get muted video. It's not a big deal. It's just somewhat of a pain, as in a lot of, you gotta capture the point in which the mute happened. You gotta make sure I can identify the song. So hopefully it showed up in the chat, you know, stuff like that. And then you got to do one thing for Pretzel and another thing for Twitch, and they're good with it. I mean, kind of take it down quickly, but I found that it's kind of a guarantee that as soon as I did a long day of it, I got one. I've been trying to stick to the same song in the morning. If nothing goes wrong, I'm like, you are my morning song. Until I, you know, it changes or something else happens. Aw, useless. All right. That's a nice star, though.
Frameshift drive charging.
What do we got? A K star. Here we go. I say par for the course, par for my course. It's just like, I was thinking about dropping down my jump range.
4, 3.
Right, conserves a little fuel, and maybe I hit more middle planets, or the other things that can happen, I just end up hitting planets that everyone's been in all the time. I'm like, that sucks. But we could try it. Why not? Try a little bit of everything here. So that's what we do. Of course. Totally on par. All right, I'm going to change it once we get to our destination. We'll ride this out. As is. Which is 2-star only systems. Thus far. Alright. Here we go. No whammy. Wait. Oh. No whammy.
Frameshift drive charging.
What do we got? Brown star. That's probably not gonna be any good. Do not want to fight with this tablet all day. I'm likely gonna rearrange stuff this weekend, so get the laptop in a better view, just so see chat easier. At least the laptop doesn't go to sleep. All right. Of course. Let's see. Where do you go? Let's get away from the star here. And of course. Haagen-Dazs 30. Nice. There you go. Haagen-Dazs. First discovered by. I am actually not a Haagen-Dazs fan. Their ice cream itself is okay, but do not like their chocolate shells, I guess. Joystick is misbehaving. Yep, there we go. That's, yep. And away we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Come on, something interesting. Not likely.
4, 3, 2,
Even my cat is like, like, I don't know, Dad. No, that's all right. Just gotta push through it. Maybe we'll. This is just another crappy sector. I'll just head out to where the fleet carrier is supposed to go. Why have you all been discovered? It's like. I don't even have to change my jump range to. Alright. Oh, who was that? I missed. Ellen JT. There you go. I don't know if that's multiple ones of you or if you just kind of threw your whole name in there, or either way, Ellen JT, you have also come across your rather uninteresting system. Just gotta say. I may be judging it harshly, but probably. 2 more. All right. System scan complete. All right. Yeah. There we go. That's about right. Good. How many jumps we got? 5. All right. This NGC sector does seem to be very interesting. Seems to be another one. One of those sectors full of brown stars, which ultimately don't seem to lead to much. That's all right. We're gonna end in a fuel star, and then I guess we'll head towards where the fleet carrier is going. I should have bookmarked that. I'll copy it back out again. Wonder if somewhere in ED Discovery there's something about. How is this dead area space so traveled? I just gotta say, I kind of thought I was really going out of my way here. Oh, there's squad mate out there heading towards Sajay still. Oh, I ended up going that way. I must have been turned around. I thought I was going out the other way. Let's see. What does anything appear to be out here? No. Oh, it's on the way to the. Maybe because it's on the way to the Lagoon Nebula. All right. We'll figure it out after this. We'll just see what this place is. Of course. 23. Wow. That's impressive. Let's see what we got. Let's see if I find the gas giant first. Wicked dangerous. If not for the names, that's awesome. It's wicked dangerous. Now, seeing that I'm in Massachusetts, though not originally from Massachusetts, so I do not have a Boston accent. Though my buddy Nikita there, though, he was about. I'd be like, say it, say it. All right, wicked dangerous, nice. I don't know why that gives me such a chuckle. It just does. All right. And it was wicked dangerous out here because it's wicked dangerous with not being fuel stars. I don't know. How we doing? All right. We need 4 more. 3 more.
System scan complete.
All right. All right. Yeah, 2 possibilities it looks like, but bet you they will not be fun. 3 biological. Ugh. But not mapped. All right. Let's just take a look see. This isn't the brightest of stars, and let's see, what was that? I didn't double check. Was that an ice planet? Ice world and ice world. So it's likely what? Bacteria and Fonticula for the 2, and then the 3 probably same first 2, and oof, quite a few. I couldn't quite guess what the 3rd one would be with any accuracy. Probably nothing that spectacular, but we'll take a look at the planet here anyways. At least map it. Close enough to the star that hopefully it's bright. If it's reddish, I did say ice, but alright, wow. It's cool. It's not bad, but I still don't think it's worth it. Oops. Let's see. Wicked dangerous.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Alright. I mean, we're here. It's got a pretty good map. In general, the Fonticula is pretty easy, especially with that much coverage. Not like that other planet yesterday. It was not bad at the bacterium hunting. It's just whether or not it's gonna be actually identifiable or not. Let's see. Let's get a good. Let's see here. Really haven't had much up to this point. So. Though maybe I will just head towards the next fleet carrier jump point. It does seem a little uninteresting out here.
Orbital flight
I'll make sure I
engaged.
grab a fuel star first, though. All right. Oh my. Let's see. Alright. It's alright. So we can get an eye on the bacterium first. And then don't know, make a decision from there. Alright, there's the Fonticula. Which again, shouldn't have been that hard to find that one time. But I dread... Yeah, there's the bacterium. Alright, how do we feel about that? I mean, it's not bad. It's a little more red against the pink, and its design doesn't really meld into the planet, so I've just kind of talked myself into it. Here we go. Running, running, running. There we go. Let's see. Guessing it's gonna call it like God, it should say like magenta or mulberry, right? That's what we feel. What are we gonna get? Lime, cyan, orange. All right. I will accept that. I will accept that. It's at least closer. All right. Orange. We got you. Lenticula's all over the place. So I'm just gonna knock this planet out. Hopefully, the bacterium not being too much of a pain. Go check that 3 signal planet. Bacterium. Bacterium like this, I'll be honest, sometimes I feel like I catch it more out of the corner out of my eye than actually like there it is type thing. So sometimes I try not to look for it, and then I'm like, oh, there it is. It kind of feels like we're on a planet made of ice cream or something. Oh. Scoop it up. Not the bacterium per se, but just the planetary service. Some type of, I don't know, sherbet maybe. Soft serve yogurt? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Because it's that pale pink color. I'm thinking soft serve yogurt maybe. Alright, let's see. Good, let's see. Oh, there we go. Big old splash of it. And then huge fields of Fonticula stuff. Seriously, yesterday that planet with it like literally only on the poles or top of mountains. It was the oddest heat map that I'd seen for Fonticula. It did actually take me quite a while to find it, but I did. I found it. I was gonna let it get away from me. All right. Come on. Damn it. All right. All right, there we go. Thumbs up, bruh. Alright, we're just gonna grab the SRV, do the Fonticula, little sprint. Keep hitting the cable and it does distract me. I'm like, eh.
No gravity warning.
Woo, motherfucker. Here we go. Now, let's see. There's a giant field somewhere. Nothing matters. Several giant fields. Sample, damn you. There we go. Smack. Should pay attention more to the second sub, whatever name of the thing. That was like campsite. I know that wasn't actually what it is, but it's how I'm gonna remember it. All right. Really? Wow. I thought I went farther than that. I guess so. Really around here somewhere. A little big field. There it is. Not you. You. There we go. There. Yeah, see campsite. How I'm going to remember it. All right. I assume we just shoot over there. Somewhere. Do the last scan. Go check out that 3 bioplanet. Hopefully it's not much farther away from this not so bright star. And, yeah, see what happens. Uh-oh. Oh, we cleared it. I did not think that was going to happen. Why is it all... What? Stupid pips. All right. Woo! All right. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, Mauve. I didn't even bother to look at its other name. Mauve is okay. So, sure, Mauve. Alright, that was not so bad. That's another handbrake was on. Yep. Come on. Let me fit. Nice. Alright. It didn't take too long. Let's do that. But we'll go check out that other planet. If it... Yeah, we'll see. Maybe see what its third signal is. Maybe if that's worth a little something, we'll grab that. If the planet's too dim, or there happens to be something off about it, we'll just go with that. Alright, let's see. Not far at all. Alright, well, maybe it will be okay. Let's see. Be like, hey, that star looked pretty cool through the atmosphere, and then it's like, womp. Oh, and now it's back. Which is it? I mean, that clearly looks brighter than the other way the star looked. There we go. All right. Perhaps we were still kind of coming up through the atmosphere there. So yeah, let's see. This should have 3, though. We have geological signals, right? 2. Sunny and I have both encountered planets that have biological and geological. It seems like sometimes the bacterium of all things, I guess, but is more difficult to find, or it's in less spots, like perhaps not where any of the geologicals spawn. So, but we'll see what's on the planet. But yeah, they're looking forward to get that additional storage, moving games around, uninstall some things. This way I can get more games installed, and then maybe I'll stream a few other things. Still got to get back and do the elite cell and everything like that, but I do like mixing up the games I play. And I do like strategy games. It's too bad that streaming strategy games is difficult. Not that people don't do it, I'm not saying. But depends on the game and what's going on and stuff. And how interesting you can make it. I know someone who does stream couple strategy games. I've seen them stream. One of them I like playing as well, which is Stellar, however you're gonna say it, I don't know, but I really do enjoy that game. I've kept up on all its DLCs up until the more recent storytelling one. Kind of holding off on that one for now, but for the most part, all the little story prompts that pop up, and I've always wanted to become the Crisis. I typically only play that game with my friends, so when it does come up, for as much as I like messing with them, it's harmless messing. Like there's always I like playing the Void Dwellers. I do like reaching into that void. One of these days I'm gonna make that deal. All right, let's see, what do we got? 6 probes, we're good. But there are a few other space games. It's just, with the widescreen. Not really complaining, but that and the Unreal Engine, I get the zoom in issue with some things, and the camera and whatnot, and it just doesn't always make for the most enjoyable experience, both for me and likely for you. All right, so what do we got? Fumaroles. No, okay, geysers. They are all over the place. All right, so bacterium. Okay, so that's gonna be like near impossible. All right, fonticula and fumarole, fonticula, bacterium. All right, so it does say 3 biological, right? We all see this. It says 2 geological, 3 biological, 5 signals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I see fumaroles and fumarola. I don't think I've seen that. So is that based on the fact that there are fumaroles, and from fumaroles do fumarola spawn? I don't think I've actually ever seen these. So we are in fact going to go check this out because I said so. Because I'm interested. It may be nothing. It probably is at least something. Whether it's interesting is a whole other story. But I'm at least slightly intrigued that these 2 names seem to coincide with each other. I did not know there was a potential of a biological pairing with a geological. It certainly had me fooled. Fooled on the fumaroles. Admittedly, I didn't read the whole word. It kind of just lined up in the beginning. I'm like, why would there be 2 words that were the same? So that one's on me. It's on me. Usually give my friends crap for not reading everything. But admittedly, half the time, maybe I haven't either. But then they say something that's like, I don't get it, or why's this? And then I end up just reading everything. Cause and effect.
Orbital flight engaged.
All right. For a second there, I thought that was maybe like lava or something. Then I realized it's just the mountain range. Let's check out this little area. All right. Ooh, I am just generally hopeful. Cat's like, meh. They got all excited, woke me up, and now I'm like, what for what? I don't know yet. Well, let's find out. Yeah, man. All right. The go got stop singing. All right. Oh wow. Feels like a pitch black planet, right? Once the sun goes away, yeah, creatures. Now, see, it was kind of cool to hear about the Thargoid new ground troops. I really want them to put, you know, actual creepy crawly ground troops, and we should definitely bump into them on ammonia planets. And I'm just saying, add a little spice to it. I mean, don't kill us, but you know, a little spice. All right, we're still good because I hiccuped there. Look okay. Still green. Green, yeah, green. All right, so yes, I have not, as far as I recall, heard of fumarolas. Oh, okay. And let's see. What do we got for the bacterium? Is it that yellow spot? Or is it this white spot? I can't. We'll have to double check here. There's some yellow here, right? Or is that my eyes? No, there's something there. Alright, so that's a geyser, right? I mean, I'm assuming the fumarola is wherever fumaroles are, which I thought were just the smaller steam ones, right? That's a geyser. I'm pretty sure that's a geyser that we just saw, because it, whoosh, right? Old Faithful is a geyser, things like that. The fumaroles, I think, are the smaller formations that just, oh, this is the bacterium. Oh, that's gonna be easy. That's even a nice color. Oh god, I hope that's like cobalt or cyan when we scan it, but I'm not gonna worry about that at the moment. As I have no idea what a fumarola looks like, but we will look for the fumaroles. Oh god, this bacterium's everywhere. Now I'm like, should I just do it? No, it should be okay. As it is apparent. Oh wait, what was that? What was that? Wait. Come on, come back into view. Where'd you go? There it is. Okay. Right? Yeah, they grow on it. Ooh. Oh, this is like my first interesting discovery. A lot of the other plants are pretty kind of, you know, I mean, some of them are cool. I found some big leafy boys and stuff like that, but ooh, I've never had the pleasure of this. It is. Ooh. Ooh. Definitely getting a picture. A couple of pictures. That's really cool. Hey. I'm glad we did come out. I'm glad I gave it the chance instead of just dismissing it. All right, so let's see. So get the elite screenshot with F10 there, right? And then the Steam screenshot. I mean, they're, you know, that fascinating to look at, but it's just really cool because they're not, because it faked me out. Like, wait, what? Imagine if I accidentally landed on one of those. You should double check that. I don't know. Playing this was kind of cool, though. It's pretty sweet. All right. Take one more screenshot of this bad boy. Hopefully it doesn't react like the other thing does. All right. Back away slowly. Oh, there's another one. Oh, yeah. All right. Guessing this is too close, but definitely. Oh, there's another one out there. Or we may run this just to see if we can. Oh. No shit. 100? All right. Even better. And one right over there. Hopefully it's just over 100 meters. It seems to be the at least the safe distance. Fumarole Aquidus Green. Yeah, 100%. I didn't even look at the name last time. I was so in awe of finding something like that. That was really cool. Yee. You know, the Fonticula and Aliodia and Fungoidia and freaking crap. I still haven't found the shards, the crystal-looking shards. I am kind of on the look for those of... it's been mentioned, the planets and stuff they're on, so I could kind of specifically look for it. But right now, I just kind of enjoy the coming across what I do type situation. All right. Wow. Awesome. Just nice to see something new. Yeah. It's really cool. One more screenshot. Oops. All right. Now, interestingly, I've not seen the Fonticula, which is supposed to be here. We've seen the bacterium, so we're going to take care of that. And then I guess we're going to be able to hunt for the Fonticula. I do really enjoy these geysers. They're always nice to look at. But I am extra giddy about this Fumarola thing. It's pretty awesome. Nice. It seems to even... yeah, it's more of the perspective view, I guess. I think my helmet tilts it. Kind of hear it as we get closer. Seem to react the same time, but are at different strengths. It looks like. I don't know. Yeah, quick observation. I don't know. Just saying. All right, so let's get that bacterium. And then apparently there's some Fonticula that we're gonna have to look for. Parked a little close to that, admittedly. Alright, so let's go with the bacterium. And then see if we just kind of come across the Fonticula. Otherwise, yeah, we have to check some of the other hotspots. But yeah, I'm glad we checked these out anyways. Glad I gave it a chance. Alright, come on, don't be disappointing. Cobalt or cyan or some blue color in that range. Peach! I mean, okay. Nice design on this one though. Alright. The veins are kind of thick and everything. Easily discernible. Oops. Yes. Oh, I do have EV Discovery open in the background and the organic thing, so it should be tracking you know, my scans here. So we'll see what the fumarola is worth. Again, seeing how it you know, lines up with a geological, one would think that it would be worth a lot. So, but again, the fact that stratum is 20 mil, I just, yeah, okay. You know, I'm gonna take it for granted. And bored. And why is it when you have one of the 3 spacesuits on, you get that cocky, shit-eating grin for your picture, but when you put your flight suit on, it goes back to normal? Like, either give us, I guess, some control over that, or keep it on the flight suit, because, God, I fucking hate that. Yeah. Freaking smile you give. Yep. There we go. Does look like we're going to be on a small hunt for the Fonticula, though, which is okay, but weird. Again. It was this bacterium. What, by the way? I didn't even. Verata. Batu Verata Nictu. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Alright. Too close, though. Just one little bacterium splotch out here. Anyway. You could be anywhere but here. But you won't be here. Okay. Let's see here. Come on. And these things are freaking everywhere. Those fumaroles. Alright, there's the bacterium. I guess we'll head towards the mountains to see if there's any Fonticula that way. Maybe they're on the slopes. Disembark, bitch. Alright, here we go. Ah. Yes, I do enjoy yelling at the computer at times. What can I say? You worked in IT as long as I have, you just start yelling at the hardware. I don't know what to tell you. Alright. Fonticula.
Landing gear retracted.
Ooh, little skip there. Skippity skip. Game's like, oh yeah, wait, the Fonticula. Wait. Let's start loading it. It's just just like going around the planet. Check the crater and then the mountain slopes. Oh, I thought this was about to be the lip of a crater, and I was wrong. So wrong. Unless it's another type of fonticula, which I guess is possible, right? Maybe I'm overlooking what I'm expecting to see. So we'll get a little bit closer here and make a decision. Oh wait, no, that's a rock. May just have to go to a completely different region. But seriously though, right? Like Riddick planet, where I would be like, no, I do not want to get caught on this planet at night. Whenever it does decide to make its solar cycle. Got the old fumaroles as well. Or maybe, what was that zone in Warcraft with the insects? Before it got split by the sword. I mean, it's still kind of there, but whatever that zone was. Oh, is that it? Nope, it's a rock. Fuck you, rock. I would crush you with my ship. That was real. I'd just land on you and be like, fuck you, rock. Yeah, I probably have a way better sensor. Alright. Who does this without a actual sensor? Okay. Too much planetary grinding. I can hear my computer start to warm up. Just turn the AC on now. Like, these fumarola stuff are everywhere. Everywhere. And we may have to check another region. I'm not feeling like I'm going to find it here. I'm going to find a crater. Yeah, this place is really weird. Would have thought that yet again the fonticula would be giving me a hard time. Although when I did find it last time, it was like fields of it, so might be the game. Like I said, like, oh shit, I have not spawned this. get some eyes on its zones, which are still all over the freaking place. Alright, to space. Of course.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I don't know, maybe this update kind of also brightened up the stars a little overall. Maybe make finding some of these biologicals a little easier than they used to be. Because I am kind of surprised at the brightness again. But I've also noticed, it seems like that it's changed on a few things. But whatever. No big deal. Alright. Climb. Climb, you bastard. Fonticula. Okay. Yeah, that's not helpful, right? Alright, let's see.
Orbital flight engaged.
What has the best heat map variety? It's kind of tough. Kinda here, I guess. Let's see what happens. Alright, here we go. A couple spots we have here, but what's that look like otherwise? Ew. Not really much of a difference, but hey, whatever. There appears to be a particular spot up there of a darker blue when we're looking at the heat map, so kind of head that way from here. Skim around here, see if we pick any up. I'm pretty stubborn Fonticula, gotta admit. At this point, I'm just trying to look for like any organic thing or biological in case it's something different. Even like one lone spawn of it, right? Just, I don't care. Something that's like, this is what you're looking for. That's just boomerol. Probably a rock, right? Rock. Rock. All right. Gotta say, this is proven to be more difficult than it should be. Again, with the picky fonticula. Of course, this one says heat map is potentially everywhere, so that doesn't help either. Seem like I can even see the bacterium from here, so if it was our regular fonticula and it was out there, we should see it. Which I don't know if there's any other type. Is there a bush or different type of shape? I don't know. Bacterium all over. I really did not expect to get hung up on the fonticula again. Let's see. Okay. We may just need to leave this one behind. This one's being a bit of a pain in the butt. A little bit of pain in the butt. And these things are like all over the place now. Alright, we're gonna go up one more time. Hit a completely different hemisphere or something. Just different side. I don't know, maybe I'll go near the dark side. The dark side. And we'll and they're typically quite visible, so I don't know if it's if it is the fonticula, it should be, but I'm not gonna spend too much more time on it because that's just stupid. I am curious. It's today, the 17th. Fumarola, 6 mil. That's not bad for something. 6 mil. All right.
Frameshift drive charging.
See now, potentially only spawns with the fumaroles.
1. Engage.
Yeah, it's cool that there's potentially a geological signal and a biological that go hand in hand. Means I need to also check planets when I come across those, because maybe secondary one or whatever is not the common one. Maybe it's a fumarole. It's worth more. Totally worth it. Worth checking out. All right, let's see. Alright, last chance for the Fonticula here. And then, if not, that's alright. We're just gonna move on. Moving on, moving on. Ooh. Head towards that splotch right there. Is that a crater? Oh, it might be. A crappy planet. Kind of. I say that in an attempt to goad it into spawning the Fonticula for us here. I'll show you I'm a crappy planet. Boom! That yellow area over there. Maybe it only spawns in yellow sand. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to leave. Alright, why... This seems like a great spot that should be like, oh yeah, this is where I'm going to spawn. All over this yellow sand for you. I'd be like, awesome. But I'm not seeing anything except rocks. I was really hoping this was going to be it. Such a unique little area. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. This at least looks like a crater. Let's kind of check it out, I guess. Ever so slowly. What? Sorry, nope, I'm here. Now, see, the fumaroles showed up again. They weren't actually back there. Seems like it would have been the great place for the particular fucking spawn. Fucking bastards. Anyways. Okay. I, may have to admit defeat. You had your chance, Fonticula. Why are you being a little pain in the ass about it? Alright. I feel like it's just like leaving it. And it's like, oh, there's 3 hours. Someone already got to it. But they didn't. They bailed on the last one. And they'll never know. And the Fonticula may go undiscovered for ages on this planet. Like, I was the one. I was here. I placed footfall. I scanned the other things. I'm more or less trying to convince the game that it would just be in its best interest, you know. Spawn it for me, you little bastard. Alright. Oh. Why is there no Fonticula? What is wrong with you? Let's check out this area. I mean, it literally says it spawns everywhere, so there's literally nowhere wrong to look. Now, I have actually, I think, found Fonticula that was just growing out of the ground. Was that it? Like it was the early stages of its growth, I guess? Is that? Huh. Because those were hard to see, if I recall. You know, does, let's see, one second. Just, oh, it does. Alright, so it does Fonticula. So most of the Fonticula I find, yeah, okay, is campestris, which are those leafy ones. But I've also found digitos, yeah, which looks like diglets. They look like diglets. And I don't know what Fonticula upupam was. Apparently I found that, and that was worth 5 mil. That Fonticula on an icy body in blue Thua, apparently, was worth 5.7. No shit. Here, so I guess I can kind of share that. Alright, Sub-Z, your head's in the way. Alright, so, yeah, see, here's all the Fonticula of the type that I typically see. Yeah. This is the stuff that looks like diglet. I have no idea. Yeah, what this one was. So, okay, so we could be running off the assumption that it's not Campeteros. Okay, and the Digitos, I mean, they were like these little diglet plants. They were actually kind of hard to see. And yeah, the Upupamus thingy, I have no idea what that was for a Fonticula. Oh, unless it was the really large, like I found these gigantic ones, like at my commander next to it, I was like this small. So maybe that's it, but those were quite noticeable. So maybe it's the diglet ones, in which case I could have well since passed over them a while ago. They were hard to see. Alright, so now if we're going under the assumption then that it's the diglet ones, definitely got to get way closer. Boop the snoot, as it were. Because now it's going to be like every rock is suspect. I mean, they kind of broke out of the ground, so they kind of had their own little ground break thing, but if I recall, they were in a slight colony, though. I just have no idea what the Upampas was. Alright, so we know of potential diglet Fonticula. Let's see. Not that I'm going to spend too much more time, but now that I kind of reconfirmed that diglet one was Fonticula, they were small. And then, God, I didn't even know I found a Pompous one or whatever that was worth so much. God, I gotta pay more attention. Even the music's decided to kick in. It's like, all right, it's clearly on a mission here. Okay. Rocks, right? Here, all rocks? All rocks. Yes? Yes. That's a rock. I haven't seen any geysers, though, actually, since we came over to this part. Sans the geysers. Ooh, it's gotten cold in here. AC finally kicked in. I don't have a hoodie on. I'm slightly more like intrigued, given that it's potentially not that other Fonticula. If we could find that Pampus again, whatever that was, that's a decent payout. Don't want to leave that behind if possible, but I have no idea what that looked like. I'd have to look it up. Use the interwebs. Oops. Not like anybody's here or talking. Even if you're sorry. You at least feed Sub-Z if you're lurking about. Use some of those channel points. Feed Sub-Z. Have some fun with it. Yeah, like I have no idea what I'm looking for. It's just, I can't. Even if it's the diglets, which is fine. I mean, I didn't see those. We found them before. Twice, actually. But I'm just not even finding that. And nothing else is standing out. I think we've covered a pretty good variety of areas. I can't say we've checked all of them, obviously, or we would have found it potentially by now, but see, these things are like all over the place. But I feel like if it's one of those things like if for whatever reason, Fonticula can't spawn near the fumaroles, I mean, I guess I can check maybe the poles. Ah, man. All right. Just wasted too much time on it. We're gonna go. That's unfortunate. I really hate doing that. We're just gonna bookmark you. Fonticula. I probably spelled it wrong. I don't care. But let's see if I can come back out eventually and find it. There's another planet that has Concha, supposedly, on it, but there's no heat map. It's like the complete opposite. It's none. I looked all over, dark side, you know, even if it's a really small, I cannot see it. I looked all over the place for it, cannot find it. So I did mark that one as well in case I feel like going back and trying to check that at some point. Wait. Let's see. Getting ahead of myself there. Let's see. Where are we traveling to? We are going to... Oh, Aucox. Aucox. That's right. We've been through there before. You're just gonna head that way. What is it? It's 8 jumps. All right. Let's make sure there's at least a fuel star by us. Because this isn't saying there's a fuel star. Not like last fuel star. I'm like, all right. Alright, so let's just find one right nearby that we'll jump to first. And then we'll recalculate the route there. Let's see. U. M. Well, yeah, anything that's not an M that's a fuel star. Since we're gonna pick a place. K, yellow, orange, with a bunch of different star types in it. Oh, that bad boy. Any white-looking stars? Yeah, split in the wrong direction. Fuel up first.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Right, you always gotta be a little careful, right? Pay attention to your auto route. It will not save you. Dun dun.
Fuel scooping.
System scan complete.
System scan complete.
That's fine, as long as it's got a fuel. That's what we need. And then let's see. We may need to do a little manual planning through this. Wow. All right. Let's see. It's a fuel star, so we're going to just go from here to there. I might have to kind of plot this route myself. Manual plotting of a sort. Jesus.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
There we go. That's dark.
Frameshift drive charging.
Feels darker than it should be. That's all right. 3 jumps will be fine. Yeah, I mean, it was only 9 jumps, but I can only make it 6 before I run out of fuel. And it was not giving me confidence, not showing me that last fuel marker thing. We're going to have to plot our own route. System scan complete. Oh no. Oh, wow. I am surprised. Alright, but let's see. Not scanned. I see bodies. Doo-doo-doo. Ooh.
System scan complete.
Yep, as to be expected. Alright.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Should really. I got it in the copy paste bar. Bookmark where I'm trying to go, so I keep on point. But yeah, figure it out. Yeah, all right. 6. Let's see what 6 little planets are here. Crazy bodies. What a surprise. Oh. Look at you on your regular orbits. Ooh, fancy pants.
System scan complete.
That looks just like the other one.
Frameshift drive charging.
All right, here we go.
Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Alrighty. Dun dun.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Of course. Don't you play that music on me? Hell with you. Why does it do that after I paste? Is there... There's something like a return or something in it. Gotta hate this thing. I mean, it's kind of helpful, but honestly, I hate it. I hate it. All right. Deep. Let's see. There we go. But it's not a fuel star. So let's see. You are 5 jumps. Should be okay.
Fuel scooping complete.
Are leaving a fuel star, so it's gonna be all right. We're gonna do that. I guess. Oops, wrong.
Frameshift drive charging.
Woo! At this point, I can almost beat the fleet carrier home.
4,
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
What? Oh, we didn't even actually jump in close to the stars, typical. Interesting. Who is this? This was Zysis? Something like that. Something like that.
System scan complete.
All yours, Zysis, was what you got? Nothing else of interest. All right, well, is the way that goes, huh? Tell you what. I tell you what. Was I so close to it?
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one.
Hey, Gravity Train. How's it going? How are you this morning? What you got going on? Hey, let's see. Oop, we're lagging here a little. I'd like to say it's probably going to be an interesting system we're going to land in, but why would it be? That's right. All right, let's see. Just don't say system.
Complete.
Fuck. All right. Well, grab some fuel here and see where we're going. Got my first ever hotel yesterday. Hey, congratulations. Yeah, that definitely adds a little bit of fun to playing Elite. Takes a little while to get set up too. So, but yeah, that's awesome. Enjoy that. Let's see
Fuel
here.
scooping complete.
All right. Let's see. Probably filter out some of the stars, but whatever. Whatever. Let's see. What are you? Another white star, white, yellow, white star. See, I heard the white stars have the biological that I'm looking for. So, let me do some targeted jumps here and see if we can potentially come across them. Not my usual random way of doing things, but actually just trying to kill a little time. My passenger with me on the fleet carrier has been busy. I've been able to be around, and I don't want to leave him too far behind.
Frameshift drive charging.
A little hair on the screen. Let's see here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I got about 25 minutes here. I'll take my break though, but have you, if you're still there, Gravity Train, have you had a chance to set up your HOTAS yet? Can be a bit overwhelming, especially with all the buttons. I mean, as a negative thing, just lots to set up there.
Fuel scooping.
All right, so what did we get? We got
Fuel scooping complete. System scan complete.
nothing again. As is my luck. All right. Trying this targeted stuff isn't working out too well for me. All right. Let's see. Let's go down. There we go. Working, I just need to fine tune a custom. Nice. Yeah. Was it what did you get? Thrustmaster, or was it the X52, or I'm sure there's other ones. The ones I know off the top of my head there.
Frameshift drive charging.
All right. Ad's about to start. Don't worry about it. You're like you're about to disappear momentarily. It'll only be a minute though. Bushmasters here, like, oh yeah, no, it makes sense. They're not cheap either. I get you. I played Elite on and off for the longest time before I got actual Thrustmaster setup. I do have the two-piece one, right, with the throttle. But I'll tell you, my Z-axis or whatever, the twisty axis on the joystick died pretty early on, and I'd looked about getting a different one, another one or whatever. I was like, geez, you know. And then I found that they had the pedals that you can get, and so I do actually like them. I know it's more of a cost, right? It's always about money. I get that. But I'll tell you, when it comes to flying, especially in some combat and stuff, having the pedals really adds another feel to it. And I do like the fact that I don't need to twist the joystick to get this motion. So at least during combat, right, you're going to be twisting and turning, and adds, I guess, a little extra level of complexity that I didn't realize or felt. It's not really feelable, but once I got the pedals and I started flying using them to do this motion, oh my god, it was so nice. I'm not trying to make you spend money or anything, but since you were looking at things, I do want to mention that the pedals are there. Oh, what do we got? Oh, Reiki, I see where we were close. We were close. Almost a Earth-like, but it was on the cusp. I mean, even for regular flying, I like having the pedals. Well, it gives you a workout, though. I'll tell you that, though. These pedals do add a little bit of extra work when playing Elite. Fun, though. Definitely fun. All right. Samvera. I guess these are mostly your planets. We'll move just a minute here. I'm here. I'm going to grab these. Asteroid belt, right? Got those out of the way. 43. Oh my god, I didn't actually pay attention to how many were here. Holy crap. Alright, this may take a little while. Alright, I will actually move. Finish scanning. Though I've had 43 planet or systems like this and not one biological to land on, which is alright. I'd like to go full keyboard free eventually. Yeah, I mostly am keyboard free for flying, obviously, right? With the problem is Odyssey. If you do the on foot stuff, but I'm a keyboard mouse person for first person shooters, so yeah, I still have that, which is kind of a thing for me because if I do land, I do need to move my HOTAS stuff out of the way. And if I'm just running on a planet, I actually have the mouse just below the keyboard. It's like not optimal first-person shooter. I would not attempt to do fighting like that. But running around, I awkwardly do the mouse keyboard like that. The one thing I could not fit in were the pilot commands for your NPC. I do fly with an NPC, not now, obviously. But the fighter commands, although you can issue them from this screen, right? You're in the middle of a fight. You don't really want to be looking down and doing that, right? So I do utilize the numpad on the keyboard for those commands. I don't know. It's not much, but I do feel ya. I did want to try and get away from the keyboard. I was thinking an orb weaver instead of a keyboard. Yeah, that's interesting. I do also have one of those older command panels, right, that just have a whole bunch of function keys that, right, I could do in place of an actual keyboard. But it's all, you know, the other side of it, right? Admittedly, it's a lot to set your HOTAS up. Like once I'm done with Elite, I unplug the HOTAS, everything gets moved to the side, keyboard and mouse get recentered. You know, it's not like you kind of jump into Elite when you got to set the HOTAS up every time. You're like, oh shit, I need my whole little command center up to snuff here. But yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you add, like my pedals stay below the desk, right? And they do kind of get in my way, and they have their own cable that I gotta feed into the throttle. But right, yeah, the more you add, the more clutter you get. I don't know, it's a trade-off, right? But I hear you. It would be good too. Certainly be able to do it with another attachment. I mean, I don't know what an orb weaver is specifically besides the type of spider, but I imagine it's something like that. Maybe it has different functions on it. May even be a mouse combo. I'm not sure, but okay, let's see. Let's see if I got enough out of range here. Let's see. Probably. Yeah. We were gliding there for a while. Oh. Nope, still the same person. There's some, did we? No, we had no metal contents. They're all icy, rocky, icy. Well, that's alright, but... Oops, one more. Keypad that fits your hand. Oh, okay, alright. Oh, that's cool. Oh, nice, interesting. But even if you're not doing like the combat first person, if you do, exobiology, still need to hop out, right? Keep that fits in your hand. You still like, does it have a thumb joystick on it to also act as a mouse pointer, or do you still need to kind of use a mouse? Like if you were to go into first person, hop out of your ship, how would you navigate everything? Just curious. Yeah, it's both. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, that's cool. All right. And a mouse, yeah. Interesting. No, that's pretty cool. Not heard of those before. I'll check them out later. Just for my own edification. To see new interesting little hardware things. Not that I do much with it, but good to know. Cool stuff. How we doing? All right, we got 12 more here. We do all this and probably have no biological signals, but that's all right. It is what it is. Also, what do we do? 15 minutes till break time. That's all right. Like for this, I use a combination of the mouse and the paddles on my throttle actually to do the tuning down there. The mouse does have its functions here and there for sure. I couldn't imagine. Sure, you could do this with the joystick, and the SRV I do with my throttle and joystick as well instead of keyboard, mouse, or controller. I tried a controller for a while, but again, it was just like yet another thing. And then the thing too with Elite, right? If you don't have your controller plugged in or something's not plugged in right and it loads up, all of a sudden it forgets all your bindings and you're like, why isn't anything working? You're like, I didn't have the controller on before I loaded Elite, and then you got to shut everything down, make sure everything's plugged up or plugged in properly, and then start it back up again. All right, so we do have a couple potentials out there. All right, none out here in no man's land, thankfully, but let's see what we have here. Let's see. No mapping and no first footfalls. Two biological, and two biological. They're likely just going to be freaking Fonticula and bacterium. So we'll go map them, but I don't think I'm going to waste the time to scan those. I already have a large chunk of bacterium and Fonticula on my list. But we'll at least see what's out there. Maybe we'll get surprised by one of them, though I doubt it. Let's see. This is a little bit of a trip. Let's see. Other news on Galnet. Target mushroom discovered in the maelstrom. Nope. Nothing new there. Yeah. Ground troops encounter Thargoid drones. I want more Thargoid ground fleets. That'd be fun. Good morning, Raz. How you doing? How are things been all the way across the pond? You getting your stuff taken care of, I hope? Hope you're having a good day. We'll scan these. Not likely spend our time. Because, yeah, let's see. It's also a little ways away from the star, right? These don't have their own star, right? These are... Yeah. All the way out there. Yeah, maybe we'll find a planet with something interesting. I do feel bad that I abandoned that Fonticula, but not for the life of me find it, despite the fact that it said it was everywhere, or has a chance of being everywhere. Oh. Honestly, if I wasn't on stream, I'd probably spent like 5 hours trying to find it. Like, will not be beaten by this little biological scan, but watching me melt down, although maybe a little amusing. It's afternoon here, but it was okay. Yeah. I'm doing all right. Been a somewhat uninteresting day thus far, but that's alright. It can be that way. That's here we are. Alrighty, here we are. 1 of 3. Scan them out. Not likely going to bother with them. Unless one of the two things happens to be something else. Oof, small planet. Alright. Really small planet.
Surface scanned by 50%.
So close. 2 scans anyways. Alright, Bacterium and Fonticula. Surprise. I'm actually kind of surprised that I had come across 4 planets. Not bad. They had some type of rare Fonticula. I don't even know what it was. I gotta look it up. I didn't even realize that I had scanned it and it was Fonticula, I guess. And a second pair of headphones feeds through my stream port in my minutes. If you talk in the mic, you can hear the main headphones in the episode, so I always got my 7-year-old blind tent. Nice. That's cute. That's a lot of fun. Yeah, there you go. Let's see what we got here. You been streaming along there, Gravy Train, or playing Elite long? Do you stream Elite? 2 probes. Nice.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Oops, wait. Sorry. Trying to see what's on here. Bacterium and Fonticula. Of course. All right. 2 more, and then we will move along. Let's see. Did I have any more jumps planned, or was no? Okay. This is the end result. Hey, good morning, Tacos. How you doing? Hope you're having a good morning out there. No, I don't stream. I just have a decent mix amp because I love music. Oh, okay, there you go. The other end of it. Nice. Nice. You been a long-time elite player, or you just kind of start, or what you been doing with that? Oh, wait, again. So you're used to just scanning and leaving. Total noob. All right, well, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Quite a lot to come into. It's actually not a bad time to come in. Less than 10 hours. Oh, wow. Wow, really, let's go. I mean, I must be enjoying it enough that if decide to try and pick up a throttle there. Just roaming the universe. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, a lot to take in. A lot to start with, for sure. But also got a lot to do. A lot of options that you can do. So that's good. No, definitely work your way into it. All right. Last planet here. Yeah, I just recently, a couple weeks ago, saved up enough credits to purchase the fleet carrier, the large ship that allows you to kind of store your own ships at and a few other things. Also has a long jump range, about 500 light years on it. It does require some type of material for fuel that you have to supply it. But so me and a squad mate decided to fly it out, kind of do some exploration and exobiology of our own. And we're actually on our way back towards the bubble right now. That was a long time coming. I slowly worked my way up to it, earning the credits, and then finally decided to grind out the last billion credits I needed for it. So, yeah, put it to work for me. Exobiology, although perhaps not as exciting. Let's say it's not interesting. This is perhaps not exciting, but does pay out really well. Yeah, just a trader because, like I said, me and my son just fly around. Mostly enjoy 6. Nice. Oh yeah, that's total thing you can do. Much else, and even the NPC interdictions as a trading really aren't a difficult thing to avoid once you get comfortable with it and the ship you're flying and everything. Adds a little excitement to it. But then there are websites like Inara, INARA.cz, really good for finding. They'll give you trade routes that you could try, or you can search for your own commodities and stuff like that. So you can find systems that you want to trade between, and so yeah, you got some resources out there as well. Help you with that. I do that. I don't mind trading. I like doing that every now and then. Actually, between mining and selling that and doing trades, my highest rank is actually trade. Elite 4, almost Elite 5. Not elite in anything else. So.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Alright. Whoops. Let's see. We got bacterium and fonticula, of course. It's an interesting spot on them. Yeah, mining may not be a bad thing. It's really quiet. There are not a lot of pirates per se. They typically only appear the first time you go. Like if you're looking for hot spots, which is typically what people do, there'll be pirates there, and they'll scan your hold first thing. And as long as you don't have any thing of interest, which is just any commodity, just you have the limpets, but they'll leave you alone, and then you can spend hours there and they don't come back. So once you get past that, so flying around finding asteroids to mine, there's the limpets, and if you do get into it a bit more, on top of the laser mining, there's asteroids that you can blow up called their core asteroids, coring them. And you fly around, you stick some seismic charges on them, get it into a thing, you back out, and then it goes boom, boom, and explodes. Start saying, but I want a more stable game. Yeah, Raz there plays Star Citizen a bit. I know a few other streamers that do. I've played it a little. Yeah, right. I really don't try and compare the two games. They're both space sims. We'll leave it at that, right? Because I also played Eve a lot too. I'm not gonna get into that. So, but yeah, yeah, Star Citizen. Hopefully, right, another decade, it'll eventually release. I don't know if Raz is there. I'm just giving him a hard time. But yeah, no, and Star Citizens, yeah, it's a little different. Different feel to it, the way the ships work and everything too. So, but yeah, no, you definitely stay. People argue that Elite's not stable, but but I exactly know what you mean, and I will definitely not say anything about it because yeah, every game has its thing. But I enjoy Elite a lot. So let's see here. I was jumping one more place. All right. But I know Star Citizen just released their 3.19, right? And they have yes, you are, the new player experience on the public test server, stuff like that. That I guess Raz has taken a look at, says it's really nice. Because there's definitely one thing I noticed for as long as it's been out. I was like, wow, it just drops you in here, and it's like, best of luck to you, buddy. What the hell? Just find apron boxes all over the floor, trash. I'm like, this is my first impression. Boxes and trash just all over the floor. All right, let's see. It looks like this system has been slightly tapped. That's unfortunate. Let's just fuel up. A little close to the star there. Calm down, buddy. We're getting out. Calm down. All right. Oh, 319 is live. Yeah, okay.
Fuel
Yep.
scooping complete.
I had thought I saw something about that, just wasn't sure. Alright. Missed that person saying, but we'll get them on another scan. Subsequent scan. Let's see. Here we are. Who was it? Artemis Rios. There we go. Artemis Rios. I went to prison before I got to drive my first ship. Everyone definitely has a unique first experience there, huh? I logged out. I was like, well, recruit path is chosen. I logged out in my ship in the dock because, that's what you do in Elite. Didn't know that's not what you do in Star Citizen, and came back with it saying like, your ship has been destroyed. I end up, I'm like in the medical bay or whatever. And then I went to get my ship and it's like, oh, you have to wait 10 minutes to get it back, or you could pay us to have it returned sooner. I'm like, what type of highway robbery is this? That was my first log out and log in experience. Like, I guess it, really does not fill you in on most of this stuff. And then, oh yeah, let's see. Yeah. Definitely be careful about where you leave your ship unattended. Oh, wait. What? Disappear on me? What happened? Well, yeah, and that current career path is chosen until the next wipe, and then, you can choose a whole different career path if you want. All right. Well, it looked like it was actually discovered by other people. All right. What do we got out here? We got a few potentials. All right. Clockwork Cryptid. Look at that. Nice little name there. All right. So, no footfalls. Too biological. All right. Oh, they're rocky worlds though. How far are they? They're not far. All right, let's surface scan them. Let's see. How are we doing on time? Oh, it's break time. Oh yeah, nope. See, and I just got the head nudge by Kitty, which is the would have told me that as well. They're very on point for their feeding time, especially my one cat, Ash. He's both my cats are rescues, but Ash is a feral rescue. He's got this 4-hour feeding time. He's been with us for like 2 years at this point. I've been trained more than he has on that, but he's a lovely boy. But I figured it was his old kind of hunting schedule when he got hungry, right? And he's just not acclimated to being a house cat yet. My other cat, who's not in here, was a house cat. He's total house cat. He's such a doughy love boy. I'm hoping that rubs off onto Ash, because like Ash is like on point pretty much. I mean, everything wavers, but it's ridiculous how much he bothers me for feeding time. Oh, see, he's behind my computer now. So he used to play with my cables, which was a big no-no. So I put a string back there, and now he attacks that string. I'm tempting fate a lot here. But, all right, so we're going to take a quick break. Maybe about 8 minutes, maybe 10 at most. I'm going to grab a snack, grab a drink at the bathroom, do all that stuff that you should do on a break. If you've been hanging out with me for the past 2 hours, it's just you do the same. Be good to yourself. I know people are always like, but your viewers and da-da-da. Hey, one, I don't have many probably to begin with. I try not to keep an eye on it. But two, I'm in my 40s. What can I tell you? Got to be good to yourself. You get up there. Things just don't work the same as they used to. But yeah, so we're going to take a break here. About 8-10 minutes, so do take a stretch, just come back. Even if you're hanging out and you're being quiet, I do appreciate you being here. All right, so I'll be back. Alrighty. Doo-ba-doo-doo. Alright. Well, I guess it was about 9 minutes. What do you know? Let's see. Check out these planets. They're rocky planets. I don't know, maybe they're just not Bacterium and Fonticula. What happens when you whip down food and drink in under 10 minutes? Anyways. It's great for the indigestion. Good lord. All right. Back at my little setup here. Line up them foot pedals. We'll say, as I often say, the one thing about the pedals, though, even though I really do enjoy them, they're really close together. Needless to say, you got to keep your legs together a lot to use the pedals. Which is also why you get a workout. But you do get a workout. You'd be surprised how often you use those pedals doing just about anything. With flying in Elite here. Definitely gets a good workout in combat, though. Like, woo. Fun, though. Just too bad they don't actually work down there. Like, when I twist it, you can see he twists his hand instead. But that's not what's happening. Oh, well. Yeah. Oh, and I guess there's a few things that I just don't move off the keyboard. Like orbit lines. Yeah, I don't fit that on the HOTAS, right? And I don't often use orbit lines. Like, the only time I really think I've used orbit lines is when I'm trying to... There are a few planets that orbit really fast, and I've had a delivery at them before. So, you know, it's good to know their orbit so you can come at them and get caught, right? I don't know if there's any other reason besides maybe depth, that the orbit lines serve. Not knocking them or anything. I'm just saying I just personally don't know. And I use them rarely, but I do on occasion just kind of like to see what's going on. So yeah, that's on the keyboard. But most of the important stuff: cargo scoop, landing gear, super cruise, targeting enemies, targeting subcomponents, next jump and route, let's see, chafe, heat sinks, shield cells. I can't even remember everything I have. I actually have a sheet of paper with everything written down, because if it's been a while since I played, like, you know, if I take a break and I come back, I'm like, oh yeah, hell, I don't remember. Now, I mean, the basic ones I remember, but I'm like, this was, oops, nope, shit. All right. I'm going to assume Bacterium and Fonticula, but I've seen so many icy worlds. May actually be not Fonticula. It's always Bacterium.
Surface scan at 50%.
Always is a strong word. Stratum. Oh shit, Stratum. Woo! Alright, see, Stratum. Stratum sells for the most cells. It's worth the most in terms of data right now. 20 mil. Which is why you always check your planets, children. Information is power. Yes, most of the time it's probably a waste, but hey, if each one of these planets has stratum on it, woo! Nice. Take that. It's worth it.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oops. Yep, there's the stratum. Well, the bacterium's actually not that hard either. All right, let's take care of the bacterium first.
Landing gear deployed.
Alrighty. Let's see what spectacular color it decides to name it. I'm gonna go with lime. Because why not? Lime. See, I was right. Because why not? This wasn't like orange. Also a distinct possibility because those colors rarely make any sense. Rarely. All right.
Landing gear retracted. Landing gear deployed.
You're unstable. There we go. Yeah, pardon me. Yeah, wolf down half an English muffin and some fizzy water. Which I actually still have with me. Fizzy wawa. See, this is the thing about exobiology. Extremely uninteresting, but very profitable. Very profitable. Especially when you find planets like this, which does not look interesting, because it's not. Yet those little things are worth 20 million, and then, which doesn't sound like a lot, except they have this first discovery bonus that you get for each thing that you are the first one to discover, which is why if you get first footfall and scan everything first, it's kind of important. Excuse me, it's like a 4 times bonus, something in there. So the 20 million turns into 80 million, right? So that's why those are pretty good. The bacterium only worth $1 million, but you know, in this case, I think the stratum's worth like 19 something. So you do this in the bacterium, and that's 20 million for this planet, and that could be if all 3 of these planets are like that, then that's 20, 40, 60, right? And then times 4, and there you go. $250 million credits that we make on these 4 planets alone, which is why exobiology is pretty good for the money right now. It's just that if you're in the bubble, right, a lot of that's already been discovered. So you do need to fly yourself out a little bit to try and find planets that have not been discovered. Well, not discovered. Planets can be discovered, just no one's walked on them yet. Stratum. Kukumisis. That's what I'll go with. I see what you did there. But let's see. I don't actually think I've seen this stratum variety before, to be honest. We can go to the organic chart. That'll tell us. I think I still have it open. Yeah, there we go. So let's see. Yeah, all of our stratum has been tectonicus. So interesting. We'll see if this is worth more or less than that type of stratum. Yeah, this one is more tubular, I'll say. Like the other stuff was more, I wouldn't say flat. It was more like a half an oval, I guess. This has more of like, you feel like it's a tube going just in and out of the ground. How far are we, by the way? Oh, no, we're never going to make it. We're going to hop in the SRV, though, drive around a little. Break up the monotony of flying. Won't be too difficult with this stuff. All right.
No gravity warning.
Ooh. Excuse me. All right. Let's see. Where are we from the other one? Figure out which direction to go. We are quite far, actually. Not that far, but we only need to be 500 meters, I think. Some few are 800. I'm sure stratum's 5. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Oh, okay, here. Pardon. It has a nice design on it, I guess. Well, I guess since it's I mean, kind of looks like a cucumber. I guess you could say the name. Kind of comes from that. All right, let's see. Picture with it. Walk in weird directions. All right. There we go. All right. Now, let's see. Oh, freaking left the organic thing. So, the sorry, I left the organics window open there. The okay, let me just get to this. There's two types of planets that you can land on. There are planets like this that have no atmosphere, and then planets that have the atmosphere. The atmosphere ones with the exobiology, you need Odyssey for, yes. Because you have to get out and walk on your space legs. These planets, which don't have the atmosphere, are part of Horizons, which was their middle DLC, but that's now wrapped into the base game. So you'd be able to land on the planets without the exobiology, which are typically the ones with the atmosphere as well. But the ones that you can land on, you can still drive around in the SRV. You just can't get out of the SRV to do this part without Odyssey. But yeah, the exobiology adds another level to it. And then similar to Star Citizen, you know, how you could do box deliveries or whatever to start. There are settlements and the space stations you can actually disembark from and walk around. They're small. They're not as large as some of the Star Citizens. They're more just kind of contained. But you can pick up missions from there to just do regular deliveries, you know, no combat related, nothing illegal, no, you know, no mission that way. Just like, yeah, this person needs you to go deliver this document and you just take it. And it also has a taxi system. So you don't even actually need to fly your own ship. You could hop in a taxi and it will fly you to the settlement. And so yeah, Odyssey did add a little more to it. So it also does have ground combat. It's not very extensive at the moment, but there are missions you could take that would involve encountering some enemies on the ground. You can also take missions to either sabotage settlements, which are really difficult, or sometimes in systems that are in, I think, like infrastructure failure or famine or outbreak. Outbreak's one of them for sure. Certain types of, if they're in a certain type of state, they will have restore power to settlement missions. And what those are is, so there are different suits that you get once you get Odyssey. The Artemis suit does the exobiology, has a little bioscanner. The Maverick suit here has what's called an arc cutter. You know, it's basically an acetylene torch. But what you can do with it is open certain panels. So in terms of like restoring power to a settlement, the settlement has no power, so none of the doors work. You know, nothing works. And so you have to go up to the doors, and there's a panel you need to cut off with the arc cutter. And then you can use, you have a utility that will take energy from your suit and charge the door, and that way the door will open. And they typically give you a power generator. You have to make it to the power generator room. You put in the generator, close up the whole enclosure. It takes like 5 minutes for the whole thing to spin up. But can you hit NPCs with a sock full of pennies? I mean, in a way, you can shock them with the tool, which is, I guess, equivalent. But yeah, the one thing about Elite, right, is that you can't knock anyone out. You can either do nothing or kill them. And it's a really odd thing. I don't know. It's something to do with the rating, my understanding. Maybe not entirely. But it's like, that's why everyone's armed. as well, even regular citizens. Something. There's some reason everything's kind of set up that way. So you can't actually knock anyone out, which is a really weird thing. So to say one thing about there's two ways to be bad in this game. 007 bad, so being sanctioned. You take missions that say you need to go kill these people. And although it's an illegal action when you go do it, you get a bounty or a fine or something like that placed on you. But what won't happen is you won't get a level of notoriety. And they really need to rework the whole notoriety system because it sucks. It's terrible. Once you get notoriety, which, okay, so there's the sanction killing, which is doing missions. You get a bounty, you get a fine, whatever, you pay it off. It's really not a big deal. Or there's the straight up murder way, which you just want to fly around and kill innocent people and, do that. That gains you notoriety. Notoriety makes it impossible to land anywhere. It doesn't matter if you pissed off the Imperials or the feds. Once you get notoriety, everyone is kind of looking out for you. You're wanted galaxy-wide, basically. Notoriety only wears off while you're logged into the game. There's no other way to get rid of notoriety. You can pay off your bounties, but it will not get rid of your notoriety. I think unless you turn yourself in, but then it's like hell of expensive if you turn yourself in on that. It multiplies your bounties, it impounds your ship, and then you have to pay something equivalent to the ship cost plus your bounties to get the ship out of impound. Like, it's really bad. So the notoriety only wears off while you're in game. It's like 2 hours per point of notoriety with a max of 10. So imagine 20 hours it takes for that to burn off. So I don't know, it's not as well fleshed out, I guess you could say, as it is in some other games. So yeah, there are definitely people that do it. I tend to avoid the notoriety. I don't take out innocent people, but I will take wet work jobs. I do enjoy that. Why do I have a fine on one ship, but only that ship? So likely, right? You did something bad, right, in the ship, and then you swap ships and you paid off your bounty, but only on yourself and not that ship. So if that's the case, or something of the fact, either way, likely you have to get in that ship and go to either an interstellar factors or whatever, and then pay off a little more of a fine, because the parts on the ship, yeah, like if you go into outfitting, it'll basically tell you that the parts are hot. So even if you swapped out the parts to another ship, that ship will then become wanted as long as it has that hot piece of equipment in it. It's really interesting the way that kind of works. I've not dabbled in it too much, so I might not be exactly on point. But I do know that you get a bounty on the ship and a bounty on yourself. And that you can swap ships. So you can fly a non-hot ship. So that reduces your bounty. If like someone shoots at you, your total bounty is between the ship and yourself or something, but yeah. So yeah, you do need to likely, I think you can pay it off from the outfitting screen or some. I have some memory because that had happened to me. When we were doing our movements for the squad, I had swapped ships from my crate, and then I was like, oh crap, and my crate was still hot. But I think from the outfitting screen, or maybe I was in Interstellar Factors, but it was like you were able to pay off the bounty on the equipment without turning yourself in. I only did it once, so I'm sorry I don't have the exact information on that. But there was a way. I just cannot remember that exact way. All right, so now I kind of forgot. Did I Did I get that last scan? I think I did. Oh, speaking of which, Sunny, two things. I found a biological called a fumarola, which looks like the fumaroles, the geological thing. I'd never seen them. Yeah, those were pretty cool. And then this one actually, although it's a stratum, it's a different stratum that I had not seen before. So I was actually waiting for my ED Discovery to update. Oh, it's worth less. It's worth 16 mil. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So it's worth, yeah. So that one's worth a little less, but yeah. So it's weird to find the other one so prominently. See that again, it's like, why is that one worth so much? Yeah, it's so frequent. Like I look at my ED Discovery and I found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those tectonicas. And this is the first cucumber one, let's call it for short, that I found. So for some, not for mine. Yeah, admittedly, at this point, because I was kind of getting close, I've started targeting stars now. So this was kind of lucky. And the fumarole thing was kind of lucky. I'd never seen those. So that was kind of cool to see. Right? You could definitely try that.
Handbrake is on.
But are you gonna hop in about anytime? There's not a plan if I'm moving the fleet carrier or what. If not, it's okay. It's not a big deal. Just ask. All right. So yes. Okay. So this was the first planet. Got both the bacterium and the stratum. I believe there's 2 more planets that might be like this. Definitely tonight. Oh, okay. No worries. No worries. I don't want you to worry about it at all, so I will work it out. You get your stuff taken care of first. It's important. For sure. All right. 2 more with 2 more signals. If we get lucky, they're the same type of world, so maybe I'll have stratum and this on it, which will be worthwhile.
Landing gear retracted.
Oops. Forever impatient.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I double check it and leave that freaking window open again. Trying to be better about that, but every now and then I alt tab and I'm like, oh, of course the window is no longer visible. Wrong. Scene change. Click. Oops. Getting ahead of myself. At least it's not far away. Not too far. Let's see. What do we got? That one, yeah. Linked with another guy. Let's see. 0.3 on the gravity. That's not bad. 3. Yeah, that's definitely not interesting planets, but hey. Them making the money. Hopefully. Other than that, Sonny, how's your morning, afternoon at this point been going? Hope it's been going well. Yeah. So on the lookout though for hopefully a planet in a fast orbit. We kind of cool to maybe discover something like that. Doesn't need to be terribly fast, but you know. Meh. Look, oh, it's still moving. Nope, that's me.
Surface scanned at 50%.
All right.
Surface scan complete.
All right. No, same spot. All right. Shouldn't be too bad again. Yep. Let's go with. Let's see. Here looks good.
Orbital flight engaged.
Whoa! What? What happened there? Oh, interesting. Ooh. Dropped out early there for some reason. Alright. Admittedly, I wasn't paying that close attention, but I didn't think we were going too fast. Oh, alright, well. I don't know, I feel like something went wrong there. It's weird. Go back to the pod later. Actually kind of curious. It's still working here. Oh, we good. Apparently. Yeah. Alright, well. So that happened. Womp womp. Alright. Too late now, but I definitely should have just gone back up into Super Cruise. 60 kilometers. I do not know why it dropped me out so high.
Flight assist off.
Flat spin to the ground. Yeah.
Flight assist on.
My little bar is like, you're gonna slam into the ground. A little bit. We'll level out once we get there. It's okay. right. Back within reasonable range. I don't know why that dropped me out. I didn't think I was in the red or anything. Though honestly, I was not paying attention. All right. Anyways, now that embarrassment is just about over. All right. I try not to plummet into the planet. Readjust our course here. Alright. Okay. This is the bacterium, likely?
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah. Oh, I used to know that feeling. I've only been streaming. What is this? May? April? May? What are we in? May? So yeah, about 5 months now. Prior to that, my last job was in IT. I was just in it for about 10 years. Doing a bunch of IT related stuff, operation, data center, But yeah, it definitely for the 5 years about I had been a couple streamers I was watching for a while. I still do, and such as, and yeah, a lot of times like that. I also found a lot of new games that I started playing because of them too. I'd be like, oh, what's this? I'm like, oh. No, I gotta pick that up when I get home. All right, bacterium. So that is the bacterium. I'm kind of surprised we don't see the stratum. But yeah, that just kind of, help the day go by in a way, because you're just, but at the same point in time, you're like, oh yeah, 100% feel ya. One of my buddies it's here every now and then, also at work, and can be like that at times. He's just like, especially because sometimes I play games that we play co-op. So he's like, damn it. All right, let's see. Oh, is that the stratum? Oh, I do believe it is. That's an interesting little color on that. Yep, it is. Okay. All right, let's take care of the bacterium first, though. It's easy to find. Easy. Yeah, this, really, I guess it's a type of moss, but, you find it on, like, trees that, whatever that stuff is called, that are particularly damp. They grow that type of, I guess, moss, but I don't think it was called moss, but whatever. That's what it reminds me of. Usually find it on dead logs that have been sitting by a swamp or something. So much I forgot to. Oh, yeah. When I first started playing I just did delivery missions. That's all I did. I liked flying around, and this was before you could land on planets and stuff too. Like I just enjoyed flying around. And even though I liked exploration, I got. Well, there's a little bit of anxiety, I guess you could say, being so far away from stations or whatever, that I never ventured too far out, except for maybe what I needed to for the engineers and such. But the fleet carrier kind of changed that a little, since it's a little bit of a mobile base for yourself. It's expensive to get and upkeep, no doubt, but certainly made this a whole lot easier. And then, if you're ever up to it and you don't mind being kind of stuck in between places for a long time, you can always fly to Colonia. It's about 21,000 light years away, right? A lot of jumps. They do have something out there called the Neutron Highway. It's something you can look up. And it basically lists a whole bunch of stars between here and Colonia, right? That you can use to, can you refuel from, yep, yep. Yes, you can. As a fleet carrier owner, you get access to the shipyard and the outfitting without needing to purchase those stations. You purchase those stations so other people have access to it. But you do need to purchase the refuel, rearm, and repair stations. There are 3 different stations. Oh, I'm not in my ship. In order for you to be able to do it. But you can actually put taxes on it. So if you allow your fleet carrier to be open to other people, you can tax them, make some money on them using your services. This is my fleet carrier. It's just the schematic of it because we're not by it. But this is kind of the screen you get to manage it. How much money I got on the carriers up there, how much it costs me per week to upkeep it. It costs me about 10 million right now. It can go upwards of 30 million or more per week to maintain a fleet carrier if you have all the stations installed and activated. So the budget kind of breaks down, information about your trading, because you can do commodity trading. Yeah, they're nice, but they're 5 billion credits. They're the most expensive thing in the game. Obviously takes a little getting up to, but it has 8 large landing pads, 4 medium landing pads, and 4 small landing pads. It also can, in a single jump, go 500 light years. It does use tritium in order to do that, so you do need to supply the fuel. Many ways that you can do that. Each jump is a hull maintenance, so it costs you, X 100,000 per jump. It resets on the weekly. You got your commodity. You can manage all the commodities. Like I have buy orders for Trit. You can do sell orders, all that stuff. It's your own little mobile thing. Another big thing about it is that Elite has no personal storage. So if you have cargo in your ship and you're like, oh, I want to swap to this ship, you can't if that ship doesn't have the cargo space, right? It's still been like that. So, the fleet carrier has personal cargo space. Costs you 5 billion credits, but you finally get some personal cargo space. So you are kind of finally able to mine gold or get commodities and offload them onto your fleet carrier and not have to worry about your ship being stuck with it. Personally, I find that to be one of the biggest benefits of owning the fleet carrier is finally having that storage space. But that aside, you have the carrier services. These are your 3 core services, but these are the ones that I had to purchase. So refuel, rearm, and repair was available. And then I don't have any of the others right now. Vista Genomics, for instance, is where you turn in the exobiology scans. That sounds great, right? Like, oh, if I had that, I'd be able to turn in my, exobiology now and make bank on it. Problem is most likely, it says like it charges a fee, for processing that out in the black. Interstellar factors and things within the bubble that let you like turn in your bounties and other things, from other factions that aren't by you. I believe it's 25% surcharge. Basically, they take out 25% of your overall. So I would not be surprised if these services also charged you about a 25% surcharge, right, to turn in the data. And I'm definitely not willing to sacrifice 25% of my my turn in. That'd be quite a bit of money. So I don't know. I could maybe understand if you were not particularly concerned about money, I've seen people with like billions of credits, right? So it doesn't matter probably. And maybe you're on the other side of Sag A. Maybe, you're out here doing stuff and you just want to turn in that data. I could get that, right? So yeah, it's just no, those are the things. Each one of those things take up a little bit of storage space. So if you're 25,000 units of available storage, they take up minor amounts. And then they have a weekly upkeep cost that they add to your overall upkeep. You can disable the service, which reduces the cost, the weekly cost. So like maybe you're not using the shipyard, you can reduce that cost, but it will still cost you even if you do that. So yeah, but fleet carrier is definitely a really awesome thing there. I slowly got to it. There was a time period when they introduced void opals from core mining. Because I think they first introduced core mining around that time. And those things were selling for 1 million credits a piece. Like, it was ridiculous. And so people were just mining the shit out of those things and were making, credits hand over fist. And, I did. Did we get both of them? No, we must have just finished the bacterium, right? Yeah. And so a lot of people got their fleet carriers early. I kind of missed that boat. It's fine, not a big deal. So I slowly worked my way up there. But yeah, it is a bit of a climb, not gonna lie. Even if you're doing trade and stuff, you're going to want to trade your ships up to get more storage space for larger trades, right? Smaller ships obviously can't hold as much, so you're not making as much per route. So obviously trading up's always good. There are definite ways of grinding out cash if you don't mind monotony. One of them is Rubigo, whatever passenger runs. Basically, get a Python, get it with the right setup, and there's a system called Rubigo or whatever. I don't know exactly what it is. And it has a bunch of passenger missions that basically only go to Seoul. I think it's like one jump. And so you can just load up on those and, one jump, do it, go back, turn it all in, and, they're like probably 10 million or give or take somewhere in there a piece. So it is a definite fast way to make money. Definitely faster than mining. Core mining, peaceful, definitely. Can be slow if the asteroids aren't going your way. You're like, why am I not finding anything coreable? They still kind of have to fix it. But if you're just leisurely doing it, like, you could do that. I will tell you, for trade, in my opinion, of the larger ships, you have a couple options. The T9 is touted as the cargo ship. Only problem is it turns slow as shit. Pardon me. I hate if you get interdicted in it. It's definitely a bit of a workout to get yourself out of the interdiction. There is a ship called the Imperial Cutter. It handles slightly better. It gives you a little more cargo space depending on your configuration and stuff. And it also gives you 2 military slots, which allow you to put in like, some armor or a shield cell or something. Yeah, this looks pretty cool though. I like the design on it. For that alone, I would say if you, kind of wanted to do trading, I would look to eventually get a cutter. But not only is the cutter the most expensive ship in terms of regular ships, it is a reputation grind. So it's a ship you can only get from getting to rank 12, right? Rank 12, I think it is, with the Imperials. So that's a different type of grind that you need to do. You can either do over time, do a lot of Imperial missions and stick it out around there, do trade out there. It'll all eventually add up to it. Or there are ways of grinding it out. Hey, Sonny, thank you for finding a mate for Sub-Z there. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, hey, that's an interesting one there. and we got like nothing from him. Not even the color. Like, it doesn't look like it. I don't think anything. I think maybe we lost our splotches. I don't know. Wow, that was a major letdown, wasn't it? Holy cow. What the what? But yeah, the Imperial, the Feds also have a ship called the Corvette, which is really good for combat. But you can basically, there's a area, of course, that you can go to. It has these sensitive pull data missions or something that you can stock up on. It's really monotonous. I'll tell you, I think it took me almost an entire day, 14 hours to grind out all of my Imperial levels. Sat down over a Saturday and just did it. I did have a break here and there, a couple hour break in between doing it because I was just like, I can't fucking deal with it. But you can definitely knock that out in a day and be able to get your cutter. And that you don't need too much for. You just need a ship with like a 10 or 20 light year jump range at best, which is, not even a Python. I think you'd probably squeeze that out of a Viper or something. But yeah. The only things I've done a hard grind on are the Corvette and the cutter, where I sat down and said, all right, I'm gonna knock this out. But everything else I've kind of just done on time. For always have fun. I don't even know how to tell factions yet. Sure. Primarily, it's whichever faction runs the station, whichever one they're associated with, will denote which faction the system is under. But when you're in your ship, this screen kind of breaks down the local factions. There will be player factions because players can not only form squads, which are just kind of like, you're a group, but you can form your own minor faction and submit it to Elite. So like I'm in a minor faction called Boot Brigade. We're a squad, but we're also a minor faction. So that means that we ourselves can take over systems, so we are currently in control of, I think, like 10 or 12 systems. And that simply means you have the highest influence, which you can go to war and a few other things, but that's a thing for another day. And then the reputation tab breaks down the main three. So, although there are the minor factions, LHS or NLTT or whatever the frick they're called, they're either Fed, Empire, or Independent. And so you can, under the reputation tab here, see what your overall reputation with them is. And then this denotes your rank. Every time it hits 100%, if you are in good standing, reputation wise with them, will offer you a mission for a promotion, and that's how you rank up. You don't have to take the promotion right away. It's not like it stops you from gaining XP, right? We'll just put it that way. But it's kind of good just to do to find out where you are. But but I'm not in a local system, so none of that's there. But no worries, of course. I just, it's not like I expect you to be like, oh yeah, but just, point it out anyways. Excuse me. I don't feel like I'm far enough for that. All right. But I'll tell you, once I did get the fleet carrier, I was like, I'm so happy I did it. Really sad when I first clicked the button, though, and I watched 5 billion credits disappear. But on the flip side, see, one of the reasons we're doing this exobiology trip, I think I jumped 90 plus times yesterday. I was discovering stuff and selling it. Yep. Yeah. So, yeah, your discovery data is good for money. And when and if you ever decide to, because like you get better missions, the better your reputation is with, right, with any of the factions and whatnot. So if you continually turn that data into stations which are controlled by that faction, then your reputation with them goes up faster. They get more influence in the system, and it's how you can like change the power balance, you could say. You know, like we all have influence in a system, and it is possible to do a lot of missions for a particular NPC even and increase their influence. And when their influence comes in to 5% of someone else's influence in the system, there's a chance that a conflict will arise. It might not be a pew pew conflict, in a space conflict like a war or a civil war. Might be elections or some other things. It depends. But this is how the power struggle goes on, the politics, right? Part of Elite there. Not a big deal. And of course, better ships, bigger ships come with better jump drives, right? So that means farther jumps, more fuel efficient jumps, right? You'll travel farther. There's also eventually there are these things called guardian sites. They're kind of tied to the Thargoids and that whole Thargoid war that's going on. But that whole thing aside, from the guardian sites, you can find a guardian frame shift drive booster. This little guy right here. This thing gives you this whatever size 5 here gives you a flat 10 light years, 10.5 light years to your jump range, just total, right? So my ship here without it would only have a 55 light year jump range, current 65, but with that installed it gives me 10 more. So it's something maybe down the line you want to seek out. There are of course better ships for exploration than combat. There's the DBX Explorer and the ASP Explorer. I'm in an ASP. People will go all around about which is better. You could even configure an Anaconda, which is a large, one of the larger ships, to be a decent jump range ship, but it is a little bit of a boat, so it's not as yep. Yeah, no, but yeah, there's just a lot to discover. On top of that, and of course you don't have to remember all this. It's not a big deal. I'm just, kind of showcasing, I guess, some of the stuff, right? Since you had mentioned that you were relatively new. There are engineers. And these engineers modify the equipment on your ship. And so of note, one of the engineers does frame shift drives. And they also increase the range at which your frame shift drive can go normally. So 2 things that it's done. First, I have it at tier 5, which is the highest. It says increased FSD range, longer range jumps are allowed, right? So it increases my total jump range, as well as what's called an experimental effect. It's just the name of it, mass manager, which says it optimizes the mass of the ship, giving you a little more jump range. It's like a light year or 2. It's really not much, but hell, we're trying to squeeze everything we can out of this. And then if you really want to get into it, right, just for the fun, where are my thrusters off? Did I accidentally turn those off? Oh, it must be because I'm parked. I was like, whoa, that's weird. Just because a ship can fit a certain size thing. So, for instance, the power plant I have in this, the ship can actually fit a size 4 power plant, but I dropped it to a 3 to reduce the overall weight because the weight of the ship impacts how far it can jump. Go figure, right? So I dropped the power plant, and then I used a engineering thing to increase the power that the power plant gives me. So because I lost, a chunk of power because I went from a 4 to a 3, right? It's like, V8 to a V6, right? You just lose some horsepower. But I took that V6 and then I injected it, right? I put some nitrous in it or whatever. So I made it like a V8. Right. But it weighs less than a V8. Right. So the car has more pull to it. Right. However it works for an analogy. I don't know. But so there's some stuff you can also do to the ships, as well as the engineers. Certain ones will have lightweight components. So that will allow you to further strip down the the components to weigh less, so you can try and squeeze more out of it. And then the surface scanner, which is what you use to scan the surfaces of planets to find like those biosignals, has an engineering thing to increase the probe range, so it takes less probes to scan the planet, right? Because time is money. Probe radius plus 30%. So you got a lot to look forward to. Obviously take your time and have fun with it. And, the elite community is a good community. If you ever got questions, whether me or you find another streamer, typically more than happy to answer and share opinions. I don't know, I'm not going to say everyone is, but overall it's a pretty good community. So you should always find help wherever you end up, because there'll be a lot, definitely, for sure. Oh, hey, Gravy Train, I appreciate the follow. I really appreciate that. I do have some follower emotes. They're nothing too spectacular, so do enjoy them. I will be getting new emotes in the future. I'm working with some designers and everything, but I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Do enjoy it. Hopefully you get home soon. She'll be back. Oh yeah, feel free. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I don't always stream Elite. Tuesdays and Thursdays are my typical days. Sometimes I stream it all week. Definitely stream some other games, but always swing by whenever. I'm happy to talk Elite, and so are other people, I'm sure. All right, so let's see. What were we doing? I get all chatty, and then I kind of forgot what I was doing. All right, did we get both of these? That's the question. I think we did, right? Yes, bacterium and stratum. Oh, and then, for future reference on the exploration stuff, first discovered, which says clockwork cryptid there. When you come into a system and let's say no one's been in there, you're going to scan it, and you're not going to get credit for the scan until you make it back and turn in that data. So once you go do that, and if you're actually the first person to do it, you get the little first discovered by there. And then they have the ability to map the planets, which it will actually say first mapped by so-and-so. But again, you need to get it back and turn in that data to get credit for it. But your name will start to show up among places. And then for whatever, I think it kind of helps you maybe decide if you want to try and track down organic information on certain planets, because not all the data is there. But when you're the first to step foot on a planet, you get credit for that. And for some reason, that is instantaneous. Like, that's me, Chaz. I just stepped on that planet. And, maybe it's like, well, maybe it just shows up for you. We have Sunny and I have traveled together, and she's gotten first footfall on a planet. And when I looked at it in the galaxy, it had given her credit pretty much instantly. So I think that is instant. And in some ways you can maybe use that to determine if it's worth, maybe checking out these biological signals. If you're doing it just to figure out how it works, right? It doesn't matter. Go and do it. But since we're out here in the black and we're trying to make money, We do want to kind of see the fact, like this planet says, hasn't been mapped. No one's had first footfall. And down here in the feature, it tells me there are 2 biological signals. We won't know what they are until we get to the planet, but it is kind of giving us some information to give us a decision. Now, the exobiology stuff, the biological signals, are one set of turn-ins. The planet mapping and coming into a system and discovering these is exploration data. And I only make that distinction because that affects your rank. The exploration rank is planets and planet mapping. And then your exobiologist rank is specifically for scanning the exobiology signals. It is fun. People have had issues with it, and some people haven't. There were some frame drop issues in the beginning. It's still kind of there. I'm not going to lie. I still see it every now and then, but they did a lot better with it. It did. It added just a whole other layer. The settlements within the systems. Obviously, I'm out here where there are none, but they got guards and people, and they're mostly functioning. They have science labs and the power generator. And there's a few others, like some are mining and everything. And then they also have suit engineers. So you got engineers for your ship, engineers for your spacesuits, and then stuff you can gather. And I would always encourage people that if you do like Elite, to, even if you don't do the first person shooting, which people seem to think it's mainly, it just must be combat. And I'm like, it's not. Like, not only do you have the exobiology, you have delivery missions, which are, if you just want to do it, have some fun, right? I don't care. I don't mind role playing my characters. I have some fun with that. And then you do have, you can land on planets and you'll see like distress beacon signals or crash ship signals and stuff like that. And sometimes there are bandits there, yes, sometimes there is some space combat, but other times you just land there and it's a derelict ship and you can pull out your arc cutter and you can cut into some parts of the ship and you get some commodities that you use for engineering and stuff for your suit. So yeah, they added a good variety, I think, as well there. So you can have some fun with that. So yeah, totally. It does go on sale frequently. I'll say unless you're on Epic, if you're either on Steam or you just got it from the Frontier store, Steam puts it on sale pretty frequently, as well as Humble Bundle. I don't know, if you're not aware of it, it's just a site that basically sells keys. It's a pretty legit site, so you don't have to worry about it. But Humble Bundle, I think just last week had Odyssey on sale. So it may not be on sale for another couple of weeks, but it does frequently go on sale. So, if you want to save a couple bucks and you're not in a rush, definitely keep an eye out. Now, I don't know about Epic. Only reason I call that out is because the keys on Humble don't work with Epic. Epic is still kind of, segregated, I guess. They haven't really fixed their stuff yet. But yeah, if you got it through Steam or just the Frontier store in general, Odyssey does go on sale frequently. I have to say. If not just maybe every 3 months, maybe I feel like there's a sale on Odyssey. I don't know. All right, so let's see. This last planet here. And then when you really get into the exploration, if you do, there are some third-party, there's one third-party companion tool called ED Discovery. I kind of had it up on the screen before. I'm very hesitant about third-party programs. Just working in IT over stuff, right? It is what it is. But this one has kind of been around with Elite for as long as it has been. It's always talked about. A lot of people use it. So I finally just broke down and installed it. And it is very helpful for planning exploration trips, getting data on the planets you've scanned, you know, kind of stuff like that. So, you know, you can, once you get that fleet carrier and you want to know how far you're going to travel, like, you know, 5,000, like my trip from the bubble here to wherever we traveled somewhere out here was 5,000 light years, right? So it was about 10 jumps, and that would use about all the fuel that my fleet carrier had. So I had to put extra fuel in the storage so I can, you know, fuel it for the trip back. But, you know, it plotted out systems that were within 500 light years for me. So I wasn't, you know, looking at the galaxy map, clicking on a system, being like, nope. So, you know, if you want to, you know, do some adventures, and there's things to see out there. Lot of interesting systems. There's black holes to visit. Someone posted in a Discord that I'm in, one system. I'm not even sure what it was. But all the stars are almost in a full circle, except for this one part where it looks like an iris. There's no stars. It looks like an eyeball. Really weird. There's just so many interesting things to visit out there that you can set them as a destination for yourself. So since you know, like kind of jumping around and exploring, it's also something you can set your sights on. Oh, Saruman, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were like, why do I always feel like someone's watching me? It was crazy. I mean, it was very spherical. And then there's like a system nearby called Thor's Eye, which the way the planets line up, you can look at it and it forms a different type. I swung by a system that had a large white dwarf and a very close neutron star, which are the ones that kind of spin. And so you can get it at an angle and it basically looks like a bow tie, you know, on the planet. People find some of the most interesting things. But yeah, considering they said we've only explored some minor percentage of this entire galaxy, yeah. There's a lot to find out there for sure. 6 proves. And yeah, so this is the surface mapping. You have to have a surface scanner on your ship. And then those are the probes, and that's why having the probe radius increase is helpful, because it scans more of the planet in one shot. Once it gets to 90%, it considers it scanned. And so it comes back here and it's telling us it's got bacterium and stratum. And these are the heat maps of where we may find it. It's not 100% guarantee, as we've seen in some past things. It's just there's a good chance that this is where you'll find that biological signal, but it's not a guarantee. So sometimes you have to move around. But so yeah, these types of planets you would need Odyssey for, because it has the biological signals. There are non-atmospheric planets that you can land on with the regular. They have geological signals like those geysers. I'm not sure if you're here, but there are geological signals, fumaroles, geysers, lava spouts, things like that, that you get to go see. Oh, and there are, like I was saying, for you might only explore. Oh, sure, yeah. It is a lot of fun. But yeah, it definitely is helpful to have the fleet carrier when you're out there, even if it's kind of a base to go back to, or, you know, like, I don't mind going out. It's the trip back that I just dread, because usually I'm like ready to get back, but then there's like all these systems and you don't want to skip scanning them, and so your trip back, you know, takes you just as long. But on that vein of exploring, though, you can do a mixture of exploration with passenger missions. The non-grindy one, not talking about the Ruby to go, whatever ones. The regular passenger missions, especially the ones that pay out a lot, can go really far. Like they want to travel like 10,000 light years away. And they may want to see one or two tourist attractions along the way. So that can kind of bring you to some interesting destinations as well. They can get demandy. They might be like, oh, we want beer. You're like, what? So, you either have to make it to a station and buy them beer, or if if you've stored that stuff on your passenger ship, right? Kind of like, the mini fridge, then, they're okay. They will ding you if you take too long, because, like, let's say you have to fly out of your way, but it's just something else fun to do. I don't often do passenger missions. I've thought about it. I've thought about converting my cutter over to a passenger. Buying a whole bunch of other hardware for it and engineering those. But, yeah. All right, let's see. It's going to let me land. There is so much around here, we're just going to drive around. Break up the monotony of flying. And then one of the things about the exobiology is that once you scan one, you have to travel a certain distance before you can scan another type to get a unique biological sampling, it says. So things that are kind of like this, the bacterium or the stratum, the fungus, is typically like 500 meters that you need to travel. So see, this is all blue. It's like, nope, insufficient genetic diversity. Plants are typically less. So I haven't found any on this trip, but there are actually plant-looking biologicals. And those are a little less. Sometimes 150, sometimes 200, it kind of depends. And then there are a couple that are like 800 meters. So, sometimes driving around is just fun, easier, depending on how easy it is to spot the samples you're looking for. Bacterium is usually not this easy to spot at all. So bacterium people usually do by nose grinding their ship, like you've seen me do. But this one is pretty easy. It's pretty prevalent around the area, so I don't feel like we have to worry about it too much. Oh yeah, no worries at all. I appreciate you. Even if you're lurking out there, Raz. It's been going all right. Okay, doing all right. How you been doing? How are things going? Obviously been busy. Have you been good busy, hopefully? Yeah, so then let's see. This one's far enough away because it's green. Boop, boop, boop. The thing up there takes a little while, but we can see our last bioscan, except the ship's in the way, was 740 meters. So it does give you some information, makes it a little easy to tell. Sparky been here doing, oh, nice. More hue lights, nice. That's right, hue lights. I got those back there. Gravy Train, by the way, you can feel free, you've been getting those channel points hanging out here. You can feel free to use them on Sub-Z down there if you want. You can feed her, battle her. Also, you can do some things with the lights. I got some sound alerts you can use on the channel, but you don't have to do anything. I'm just letting you know that it's there, and you can feel free to have some fun with those. I am going to be adding more stuff as time goes on. I, too, have been spending some time with it this morning. I got some cool things that I'm setting up. I'm working on getting some overlays. That one maybe not so much for Elite. a little bit more for games we play where they're like body detected, but that's it. I also have some commands in there that control the lights back there and all that stuff. And the channel points you get are free, right? So I try and have a lot of channel point stuff because I know, I get it, right? I mean, much as I want your bits, it's always, it's not the easiest thing. And obviously I want people to have some fun while they're here. So I try and get as many channel point stuff set up as I can. I'm going to get more overlay stuff. So I'm going to interact with the screen a bit more. I got the stream stickers and sound alerts. And some of the stream stickers are free. I'm going to get a few more free ones up there. And it just takes time, you know, right? Everything takes time. But... all right. Yeah, Stratum was all over the place, and now it's like, meh, sucker. I got a solution for that. I have a large camera. Yep. All right. Oh, there's some right there. Whoop. So, person, I enjoy the chit. Oh yeah, no, good. I do appreciate the chit chat as well. No. All right. Oops. Here we go. We're doing on time. All right, about 25 more minutes here. I'm going to take another break. Yeah, a little more time. Finish this scan, and this was the last planet, so we'll see where we are. I'm going to try and end stream at my fleet carrier, so if I'm still about there, gravy train, and about noon Eastern time, so depending where you are, to give you an idea on time's about 2.5 hours. Be able to see the fleet carrier up close in person. It is a gorgeous sight. I was really happy. I was also really happy to name it Spaceball One, because Spaceballs is definitely one of my favorite movies. I like that I can have some fun with that. All right, let's see. This should be far enough once we get over here. I won't jump the fleet carrier, Sonny. If you're hanging about, don't worry. I'm just going to get back to it in case you make it there. I'm out here with a squad mate, and they're out and about exploring right now. Obviously, they don't get to spend their days streaming Elite, so, you know. I need to be understandable, or, you know, with other people's playtime. All right. Although she's like, I'll catch up. I'm like, I'm not going to make you do that. Oh, interesting thing about the fleet carriers, though, too, is that they are a persistent object. Like, you don't need to play an open for people to see your fleet carrier. They are indestructible, so, you know, players can't destroy them, but they're a persistent object. So what that means is that if you go to your fleet carrier, you're in your private group or your solo group, whatever system it's in is visible to everyone else. So if they go to that system, they'll see your fleet carrier, just not you. They won't see you, but they'll see your fleet carrier. So if you allow people to land on it, they can interact with it. They can land on it. They can refuel on it. So that's how the taxes work. So that's how you can make money from them. They can trade with it if you're doing trading. But they will also jump with the fleet carrier if they're still docked on it when you jump the fleet carrier. So people do share, there's like Discord channels or such where people basically say, hey, my fleet carrier is going from here to here. These are the days or times that it's going to jump, and people can go and hop on and, you know, take a ride with them. So although they don't share a direct session, they can still actually benefit from the flea carrier. I just mention it as a thing, more for trading or otherwise, but that's how it works. It's a persistent object. So even if my squad mate and I weren't in the same private group, yeah, you're going to be a little jealous, but this system had 3 planets with 2 biosignals, and they're the exact same 2. So, yeah. So, yeah, 3 planets with space cucumbers. Indeed, most indeededly. Whoops.
Handbrake is on.
Sunny and I are not in a competition, but due to her limited playtime, obviously, when I'm like, oh, I found this and this and this, she's like, meh. But it's gone all right for her. She's actually ended up was making more in Codex discoveries than me. So she's not been doing too poorly. I'd rather have a job right now. Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying, right? That's clearly she does not have the playtime that I do. So, it is completely understandable. That's also why I don't want to leave her behind. I was just saying about how I don't, despite you saying that you would always catch up to the flea carrier, I prefer not to leave you behind too far. I mean, I've already done 1 jump away from you. I don't want to do 2, so that seems cruel. You shouldn't have to do all that, and then, I mean, lucky for you if you find stuff, but then, of course, it causes time delays. Oh, and another nice thing they did, Gravy Train, was so the game obviously has skins. So like I have a skin on this ship, and the skins cost the in-game currency called arcs, I think it's called. So obviously you can spend real world money to get that, as you can with all games. But they did also add away each week that you can earn up to 400 arcs. So just by doing trading and exploring or anything really, you can earn up to the weekly cap of 400 arcs. 400 is almost enough, if just a little less than to buy the really basic skins for a lot of things. But I'd say probably about 3 weeks of the 400 would give you enough to buy some of the nicer looking ones. And then I would say, I guess what the most expensive ones are, I think are usually around 2,000 for the skins. But then of course they do have things called ship kits, which basically just add pieces onto the ship, but it kind of makes it look the way you want. It's not bad. It's not bad. No, they did all right with it. Those are definitely a little more expensive. The ship kits, I want to say they're maybe like 4,000, if not a little more, depending on the size of the ship. I think ship kits for smaller ships are less, and then the larger ships are more. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know that there at least was a way that you could earn that in-game currency without spending real life money. So yeah, it was nice that they did that. I still think some things are a little overpriced for the suits and the guns. I don't know why those are really expensive. Like the gun skins are like over 1,000. I mean, like you rarely see the gun skins. Like I get the ships. So those I might be a little wary of, but the ship skins and kits I think are pretty
well balanced. You can also get different engine trails and different laser colors. I mean, there's a lot that you can get. Certainly not going to run out things that you may want to get, but yeah. So yeah, right. No doubt. And then the Horizons was a separate DLC back in the time, and now they're Odyssey 2. So yeah, right. Between DLCs and ODAs, right? That's the one interesting thing about the way the game has kind of released stuff, though. They talk about how we've only explored so much of the galaxy, and I was just thinking about this the other day too. It's like we probably would have explored more by this time if we didn't have to go back over the systems we kind of already visited, because like the original Elite, you could just kind of go and scan, but you had to move the ship up to it in order to scan the planet. It was very tedious in order to do it. And then we got Horizons, which added the ability to land on planets, the ability to map those planets. So now all of the planets that had been discovered have yet to have been mapped. So there's like a second pass kind of needed, right? Does it need to happen? But of course, people are like, well, shit, now I got to scan these planets. And then they released Odyssey, which introduced the biologicals and the walking on. So now all those systems that had one pass of being discovered, then another pass of maybe being, mapped, people then need to come back through and double check, well, were any of these atmospheric planets we can land on, because now there are biological signals we have to go and get. So, some of these systems have been touched multiple times if they were discovered back in the day. Systems these days, if you get Odyssey and you come right across it, right, you come into a system, it hasn't been discovered, use the FSS, you scan everything in like a minute, you can find out where the biological signals are, you can go and map it, you go and do it, and you've done everything. But there's still planets that have atmosphere that we can see, right, that look green, right? There's obviously have to be Earth-like planets. We can scan them, right? We can find them. They're called Earth-like planets. We just can't land on them yet. So assuming FDev ever figures out a way for us to do that without crashing our computers, games like we need 12 gigs of VRAM to run them, like, hell no. We'll have to make another pass on these systems, right? Because you'll have to scan those planets and land on those planets and discover what those planets all hold. So I kind of feel like, in a way, they're somewhat stifling our ability to venture out too far. But hey, I appreciate the content. I'm just saying. Wait, did I scan everything? Wait, I'm done. See, this is what happens. I get chatty and I'm like, what am I doing? Nobody's fault. I like being chatty. I'm just... All right, let's see. Maybe let's see. Where are we? How far are we from? 7 jumps. Not bad. We can supposedly make it. We should hopefully get to some fuel stars. Yeah, okay. So, the limits of PC gaming would make it really hard unless they make those. There's just a big bunch of peripherals. Right. Yeah, that, or we actually get our first case of instanced planets. Like, maybe we don't land on them like we do anymore. Maybe it actually loads like you're going from system to system. I mean, it would kind of suck, obviously, because we're used to the transition of stuff, but I mean, right? I mean, how else would they? It's already pretty intense. Now, I mean, I know there's other games. So sure, yeah. I know there's games like No Man's Sky, right? They have the procedural planets. All of their planets are fully kind of covered in life and animals and all that. And there's, systems that you jump into, but they don't have as much of complex economies and, like Elite has going on in the background. So, right, there's trade-offs. And then Eve has that, but Eve has no planetary landing and other stuff, right? I mean, there's, every game sacrifices something somewhere. I'd rather not have to deal with a game that needs 5 gigs of space, right? The 30 gig, but that's what I was just joking, right? I was gonna be like, I need 12 gigs of VRAM just to freaking render this. I'm gonna be like, no thanks. Yeah, no kidding, because games are already up, hitting that 100 gigabit mark. It's kind of ridiculous, but that's how they get all the DLSS and AMD hyper reflex graphics junk in there or whatever. But I mean, not that I don't like it. Just
Fuel scooping.
because yeah, like this FSS didn't exist before. The way I'm scanning these planets, you actually had to fly up to each and every one of them. I think it'd be for Jedi Survive. Oh, really? No shit. I didn't. 130 gigs, huh? That is wow. Wow. Must be a lot of voice acting, I bet. Obviously, the voice takes up a bit. But we do all want things fully voiced, let's admit it. It is pretty cool. And, you know, they are getting better with the voice modulation and stuff like that. You know, you don't have to, like, get 10 different voice actors, which nothing against them. I'm not trying to put them out of a job. But you can get one voice and modulate it up and down pretty well and get a wide range of variety these days. So maybe, or they listening to complaints that the first game didn't have enough content. Yeah, doesn't matter. Games can be that large and still completely lack content because it's literally all thrown into the graphics and other things. I mean, what is it? Like Destiny 2, they keep releasing stuff, but in order to keep the game around 100 gigs, they retire whole planets. Whole content of that game that even I've paid for is gone. I can't even access it. It's just gone. So, meh. And that's 100 gigs. And, you know, tell what you can get out of it. Well, here's something for you. Redfall is 95 gigs. Are you freaking joking? I mean, that is not a large map by any means. That's 95 gigs. It's only 30 gigs less than Jedi Survivor. So, tell you, I do not believe space equates content. I wish it did, but I do not by any means believe that it does. Some bad optimization. Yeah, that too, definitely. Well, it had that problem out of the gate, didn't it? Anyways, as well as a lot of the other games. Optimization as well. I mean, Forspoken did, and every freaking game does. Redfall didn't, but that's because they released the game with no DLSS or anything. It looked like a PlayStation 2 game. But hey, whatever. But yeah, I don't know about that. But then I have a game like Dark Tide. That's only 45 gigs. And what else was 45 gigs? God, I want to say The Division, I think, was only 45 gigs. I have to double check that, though. I don't know. And that game looks gorgeous. And that game has a crap ton of content. So I don't know. I don't know. All right. What do we got? Oh, okay. So in this case, I didn't realize. All right. So this one, the stars were discovered. So likely this was like a really, really old system where you actually had to go up and like ping each one of the planets in order to discover them, not use the fancy little FSS I just did. So like, yeah, see, like these have no first discovered by. So just these stars were discovered because they got Jacques Burton there. Yeah, so now we got these. What are they? Rocky Ice World, Rocky Ice World, Ice World, Ice World, and Ice World. I'm not going to hold my breath here, but let's see. One biological, likely bacterium, or even if it was fonticula, it's also not worth a lot. 1, 2, and 2. All right, we'll check these out because they have potential. Because they are also rocky ice worlds. So maybe they have something else, but we'll see. We'll surface map those, leave the rest, and head on off we go if there's nothing good on them. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho. All right. what do we got? Ooh, 10:53. I'm gonna do a break here in a couple minutes. Then I'm gonna go for about another hour and then wrap up for the day. I'll be back with Elite tomorrow. It's my typical day. Wednesdays, I would usually do something called War Wednesday, right? Because it's Wednesday. It's a W Taco Tuesdays. I'm real original. Not the only one that does it, obviously. But we'd play games like Battlefield 2042, Warframe, The Division, third first-person shooters, just something a little different. Because I do enjoy my variety in games. But people weren't available today, so I just did Elite. Probably going to get back to Tuesdays and Thursdays for Elite just to give myself a break. It has been a long 4 or 5 weeks at this point. Straight been doing Elite between mining, faction fighting, and then a couple expeditions. And it'll also give Sunny some time, hopefully, to get a little more exploration and not feeling rushed with me going, oh, you have to make her. I gotta make her. Not that I'm rushing her, but I do check in frequently just to try and get an idea of, what we're doing. It's never a problem, though. Never a problem. So, yeah, I might get back to that on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but we'll see. I do have a new hard drive coming in. So I have a 1 terabyte SSD for my primary and a 2 terabyte for my secondary, but it's only a SATA because the computer's slightly old and I wasn't expecting to stream. But games these days too, kind of like those SSD drives as a minimum. I do not have a lot of room on my primary drive, so I did get a 2 terabit drive waiting for that to come in. So hopefully I'll get more games installed and get a little more variety. I play Mortal Online 2 as my other game when I get tired of toxicity. Yeah, I was doing Mortal Kombat. I assume, right? I haven't played games like that in a while. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. So my door keeps making a sound. So I'm looking over there.
Surface scan by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Paparazzi on a whim for a second. It's cute. Oh. All right, Sonny. What's Recepta? I can't. That's new. I've not seen that. No, Mortal Kombat 2 is a directional combat like Mortal, but a MM. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Oh, this is a new, yeah, Recepta. Recepta. Have I stumped you? Bacterium and Recepta. Yeah, well, let's go check it out. It's definitely new to me. I have never, ever heard of Recepta. All right, well, hey, we might actually have something interesting. Say it ain't so. Oh, it's in like the muddy part, huh? Right? Am I still? No. Oh, okay. It's the same. Either way. Interesting. Yeah, the fact that you are able to at least know the cucumber stuff, like without me even saying it. Those are rare, really. Ooh, I like that. I like hearing that. Let's see what those are.
Orbital flight engaged.
It's gonna look like nothing, though. I'm gonna be like, well, there's that. No, I don't know. Maybe it will. I always run on the worst case scenario principle, so don't worry about me. Plan for the worst. I just leave it at that. No, they're pretty impressive. Oh, okay. Yeah, I want some Odyssey. I like the interplanetary fight. Yeah, you'll still get the on the non-atmospheric planets with base, and you can drive around in the SRV and stuff. But yeah, if, definitely want to get the exobiology stuff going, then yeah. And it is kind of fun. You can really do some of the missions from the stations or settlements just by taking the taxi. You know, so you know, son there even wanted to do some easy playing and walk around with the mouse and keyboard, and you
Sunny
get an
Satin discovered today's secret word.
Congratulations, Sonny. You found the hidden word, although you may not know what it is. You remember Pee-wee's Playhouse? Yeah, with the mystery word? I have figured out how to use my software to develop a mystery word, and it will... Nope. Oh yeah, look, here they are. Okay, let's get a little closer look at these things.
Landing gear deployed.
I've actually had it for a while, but no one's found it, so I didn't want to say anything. I was kind of gonna wait to see. I plan to do more with that. I'm learning how the software works and what I can do with the stuff. So I plan on having some fun with all that. Yeah, look at this. This is kind of cool. Once it finally decides to load in completely. Yeah, yeah. Look at you guys. Let's get our picture. Nope. Yeah. Oops. Wait, wrong button. I got another one. There it is. Yeah. Oh, not bad. Not too bad. Obviously not as good as Stratum, despite it looking way cooler than Stratum, which again, I don't understand. These are really cool, though. I like it. One more screech. Wait. You're like, oh, it's really rare. 12 mil. Still not as much as Stratum, which again, really weird. Well, let's take the SRV around. I didn't see a few. Did you scan it though? Yes. What did you say? I think I did. Did it not save? Now you're making me doubt it. Oh, Ray, did I? Right, I took a picture. Did I scan it? No.
No gravity warning.
I don't know. Did I? Fucking selfies. Not a word. All right. Professional here. I'm gonna scan this little one. Umbrux, maroon. Really? Maroon? That's what we're going with? Maroon? Umbrix. Nice. Clearly not maroon. No, clearly not. Emerald. Green. I would have even taken lime at that point. Alright. What are we going to assume on distance here? Let's see. Woo! Aww. Oh, alright, 11 o'clock. Just take that break. It's not that I couldn't go any longer, it's just that I'd realize I missed my break and suddenly I'd be like, ah. Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's not far either. Turquoise. Ah, turquoise. Perfectly acceptable. Agate. How far are we? Oh, I did go 500. Oh, well. Be surprised. I would not think 500 is needed for this, but
Handbrake is on.
let's get that one more scan, and then I'm gonna take a quick break, get back, get the bacterium, and there is another planet right next to this one that also has 2 signals. So small chance that's the same. And then I'm going to assume the single biologicals on these are bacterium, but maybe I need to double check. Oh, no, wait. The rest of them, except for the second one, are all ice worlds. So less of a chance that this Recepta is on them. Be careful in this game, though. That it does. Yeah, I mean, streaming stuff is always a little different, right? But yeah, no, if I'm by myself, I mean, I would not give up on finding some of the things I gave up on. Because, you know, again, I'm not going to sit here and make you watch me freak out over it. But no, totally. Especially when you're getting into things and even setting some milestones for yourself, whether it's, you know, getting a new ship or, you know, upgrading the components in your existing ship, you know, so you can jump further. Then you're gonna spend a little time. Yeah, let me just put it in there real quick and just double check that I spelled it right. But I'm pretty sure that's it. The Inara site. Yeah, inara.cz. INA is a really good site. You know, you got to look at it a little to soak it all in, but you can get your trade routes. You can find ship parts that are on sale, or systems that are controlled by a superpower that gives a discount on ships. Which shipyards have the ships you're looking for. It has the complete list of ships, so you can find, you know, the stats on the ships. So it's a good resource if you haven't been there. There are definitely other sites. I really do like the Inara site. It does has a good variety of things. And like I said, it has a trade routes section. You just click find best trade routes for where I'm near. And it's all player contributed data. It's not like we go to it directly, but if you sign up for an account on Inara, it's free. You can link your elite account to it. And then what it does is it reads your travel log. Basically reads your session log data. There's a lot more to it than that. But so like all this planetary data that I'm gathering, it uploads it to Inara as well as EDSM. And that's how they populate the data us as users go and look up. So, you know, if you're doing exploring, I would highly suggest you hook up to Inara just so you can contribute to it. But yeah, so definitely check out that site though. And I got distracted again. Get my third scan. I did. Okay. All right. We're going to take that quick break here. Yeah, I think I can even real quick. Yeah. So this is just our minor faction. But so like you can, you know, commander data, you know, you can personalize it so people don't see it, but you know, this way you can also track everything you're doing. That is kind of nice. If you wanted to find commodities to buy or sell, the overall commodity list, and then we have trade routes. And although it's not going to do too well, I'll just maybe move to where my home system is, and I do search. You know, it's saying here to here. Now, this is where I was saying, like, you eventually want to probably, you know, look for better ships. if you wanted to do trade. The cutter, with the way I have it, with the FSD booster and just the way I've set up, I get 696 cargo capacity. It's pretty good. So as you can see, if I were to do this trade route, if I were to take the bauxite and go and sell it, I would make about 18 million on the trip. It tells me that the station from the star is 533 light seconds, so it's a short trip, and even a shorter trip to the other station. And the jump range between the two systems is only 28 light years. Your ship has its jump range and with nothing else in it, and then it'll have a laden jump range. So like you put all that cargo in, you typically lose 10 to 15 light years on your jump range, depending how much cargo you're putting in and how big your ship is. So you may be able to make it one jump with no cargo, but then you put your cargo in and suddenly your maximum jump range, let's say, is 27. So now it's 2 jumps for you to return to actually sell that cargo. Not a big deal, but just kind of mentioning some things you can keep an eye out for, and the data you're trying to ingest here. But the important thing is basically saying per trip is 18 million with my cargo capacity, and that roughly in an hour, if I just go back and forth, I would make 82 million. So they're very helpful. And if you decide to do mining, then you come here, and you would do the commodities, and you would say, I want to sell monazite, which is just a popular core. Oops, right. Of course, there's no one around here that wants to buy it. My bad. Yeah, and so then we can see here, the station last updated roughly an hour ago. Someone had visited it and uploaded data, so we knew. They're buying it for 743,000 a piece. Their demand is 1,309. And if we were at 82 Eridani, it's 87 light years from that star, and the station is 87 or really close from the star, or the station is only 87 light seconds from the star when you jump in. So that tells you like, oh yeah, I don't have to, go too far, and it's very close to the station, so I don't have to worry about interdictions or whatever. But yeah, so a lot of data here, a lot of data that you can use for trading. On the flip side, if you want to do, well, you can do exploration, of course, without it, right? But this ED discovery tool, I used it to plot our route out into home. So like I put in where we were and where I want to go. And it's got some, deviation here that you can do, in case you don't want to follow the same route back, or maybe, people leave from 82 Eridani a lot, which they don't, but, you can get some deviation there, right? So it'll find the route for you, and then you can import it into this expedition kind of screen. So this is the 10 jumps we're taking back to get back to 82 Eridani. This is where I'm going. I'm going to hang out there. Actually, I didn't jump the fleet carrier yet. So actually, we're not going to see the fleet carrier. I'm going to eventually jump it to meet me here. And then these are a couple jumps back to where we're trying to get to for home. But this is, I've just started using it, but it's really helpful. Kind of gives you some insight if the system's already been seen, because like it pulled this data back already. Here it's telling me like there's no local scan info. I can query the internet, the EDSM site. It's going to go and it's going to be like, oh, okay, I did find some data for some of these, but like this is no body information. So likely no one's been to it at all. And there may be nothing in it, but it's just saying that you're going to jump into it. No one's ever been into it. You're going to be the first to discover the star and any planets that are on there. It's kind of interesting. You get a lot of data. But yeah. All right. So let's take that break real quick. Really quick, and then we'll go for about 40 more minutes, give or take. I'll probably get the bacterium, maybe hit up that other planet, and it'll probably be about time for me. So yeah, as you've been hanging out with me all this time, I suggest you just take another break, just for a stretch, walk around a little, get it some water, get a little snack. Again, it's always good to be good to yourself. All right, so we will be back in about 6 to 8 minutes. I don't have to feed the cats this time. Alrighty. All right. Whoop. Whoa. all good. All right. Do you believe we need to do the bacterium here? So let's knock that out.
Landing gear retracted.
Okay. That's right there.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, I thought the fumarola stuff were cool. These Recepta things are kind of cool. I like their design. Get this bacteria knocked out. It's almost tempted to check those. Oh, no, wait, that's right, because they're icy planets. That's right. That's right. I doubt it. Although this is a rocky, icy world, I don't know if those just spawn on rocky worlds or if there's something about the star. We'll check. I would hate to miss the fact if they were a single spawn on one of those planets. It's likely not, but have in fact found stratum as the only biological on a planet. Why is that important? Because it's the one that pays out the most. Find it as the sole biological where you always assume it's bacterium. So I don't know. I mean, I get it, right? So 98% of the time it's gonna be bacterium, but there's gonna be the time that it's not. Do you really want to pass that up? That the whole thing about being first and FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. Right? The whole reason we got all that these days. Alright, hopefully we went far enough. Alright, sweet. I was so excited finding that other stuff, I didn't even take time to mock whatever color this was. Teal. Alright, well. Yeah. Well, that's true. Jay called the other thing maroon, so I don't know. Guess that's maybe. Alright, we're done with this. Let's see. Nope, that was night vision. Oh yeah, night vision. That's a thing. This was the other 2 bio, yeah.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Alrighty. He says for the 15th time. Actually, I feel like we're doing something watching it this way. Alrighty, here we go. Let's see. Let's see. They posted anything in Galnet here. Nope, still nothing. Nothing for the 17th. Is the VR nice for you? Okay. So I definitely know a lot of people that do the VR, and they definitely enjoy it. Unfortunately, they dropped the VR support for the Odyssey content. So you can still use VR to fly around, but I guess when you go on foot, I guess you need to take the helmet off and use the screen again. I only say that because someone in our squad uses VR and stuff, and at least as of last year at some point, that's what they had kind of made mention, is that they had to get out of the VR system in order to do the ground fighting. And it does, they had said somewhere that they definitely dropped the VR support when they did Odyssey. So I've not heard anything new about that coming back, so it's likely still the case. So yeah, kind of breaks the fantasy, I guess, right? You'd kind of be really cool to be able to get off the ship with your VR helmet on and first person look around. Totally see why people were disappointed. And certainly not an excuse, but FDev had said Odyssey was in development during COVID. So VR didn't become a thing, and this was when they started dropping the support for the console version, which was also unfortunate. So, console is no longer on the live servers, as they call it. It's on the legacy servers, so you can still play if you have Elite Dangerous on the console and stuff like that, but it's not merged with this universe that I'm playing in because it's a completely different server. And it doesn't get the new content, basically. So they focus primarily on Odyssey for the PC. And then I was going to mention as a thing, there is a thing going on now called the Thargoid War. Might have noticed it. It's populating a decent portion of the map over here. Although most of it is combat related, they do have missions prior to this update. Two things. Prior to this update, they already had missions where you could go to the damaged stations where you would see the Thargoids there shooting at things. And you didn't actually need to request docking. I still don't think you need to request docking. You fly into the stations, you land, and you can either take missions to deliver occupied escape pods, or if you brought actual passenger cabins, you can take passenger missions. And so you can evacuate people out of the Thargoid infested systems to someplace safe. So that's a little fun. There is a science. Oh, and then once they released update 15 here, which is just recent, I don't know if I think it's those purple icons are indicating Thargoids in retreat, I think. But they are having restore settlement missions in some of the Thargoid controlled systems. You will, however, meet Thargoid ground resistance drones potentially. So that obviously requires Odyssey, but that aside, it's kind of ongoing, and it has been for the past couple of weeks and the past two updates. In the middle of these sections of Thargoids are these areas called the Maelstrom. And prior to update 15, these maelstroms could not be penetrated. Just a couple of weeks ago, up until the release of update 15, a community goal yeah, it does has a lot going on behind the scenes. Had a community goal of putting together a field neutralizer, which allowed people to get into the middle of the maelstrom, where, as the news has described, they've discovered there's giant motherships in the middle of the maelstrom. Thargoid motherships discovered. And so, yeah, that's going on. And so there's a little bit of science and exploration going on there. If you wanted to tempt fate, you wanted a little excitement with the Thargoids. You don't necessarily need to fight them, because you do need either the AX weaponry or the Guardian Sight weapons to effectively fight the Thargoids. Plus, it's kind of difficult. They're not nice. And a lot of the ship builds for the Thargoid combat is shieldless, no shields, which is a really odd type of flying around. Mainly it's because they can track that. They also track heat. So you want to have low heat producing on your ship, or a lot of heat sinks. And they also shoot caustic missiles. So needless to say, the Thargoid stuff, although exhilarating, definitely dangerous. But they do have non-combat related stuff, though. It is still a little dangerous. But yeah, just wanted to point that out. Obviously, no worries if you're like, well, too much right now, of course. At least point out maybe why that stuff's on there and what Galnet's going on about. So, yeah.
Surface scanned by 50%.
All right. And Recepta. Yeah. That's what we're hoping for. All right. So likely this is going to take up the last half hour here. We'll see. And oh yeah, you did mention like the planetary approaching and stuff. Like all things with Elite, I'll say nothing is done quickly. If you do approach too fast, you will not be able to enter the smooth entries. So yeah, there's I feel like I'm gonna keep coming home from yeah, there is a lot to it, no doubt. Yeah, again, obviously not a big deal if it's not jumbled. Always about, feel free to come back in and be like, what was that you rambled on? Or any other streamer, for sure.
Orbital flight engaged.
But yeah, definitely a lot initially. But right, as with all things, once you kind of get into it, right, you're going to get into that groove. So, but yeah, also something to look forward to. Never let it be said that there's not something to do in Elite. All right. Do wish the music kicked in a little more often, because it is nice. It is kind of few and far between. Gone goes the music. Yeah. Oh yes, that's very true. Yeah. Yeah. So part of the engineers is you need certain components that you can gather from a plethora of different ways: combat, planets, missions, right? There's this place called Dav's Hope, which happens to have some rare but well-needed components for a few of the common engineering stuff, like compact ceramics or heated ceramics, whatever they're called. I don't really pay attention much anymore. I just go get them. The one thing about the game and the way that's going to work is you're going to get to Dav's Hope, and it's going to have all these collectibles, and you're going to drive around in your SRV, and you're going to scoop them up with cargo scoop and be like, yay. And then you're going to be like, oh, they're all gone. What do I do now? Well, a lot of the game is instanced, solo instanced even if you're in a group server like I am. If I'm the only one on this planet, it's my instance. And if there's anyone in the server and they come in, they would join, quote unquote, my instance unless they were in a mission. That would be a little different. But because it's instance, what that means is you log out. You just escape, log out or exit to main menu, reconnect back into solo, doesn't matter. Not open. Open's dangerous. But once you log back in, all the things in the game or in that area have respawned. And then, so like loops, right? It's going to be another loop. You're going to drive around Dav's Hope. You're going to collect all the stuff, log out, log back in, and drive around. You don't need to do that very often for things, but there are times where it does prove to be the most effective way to get, say, those ceramics or other things. You can definitely get them from missions, but if you're like, oh man, I need 20 of them, you're probably going to find that to be the most time effective way. And the way picking things up works as well. Like that, you scoop it, even though it's one item on the ground, it counts as 3. So you pick up one item on the ground, you get 3 in your inventory. So it doesn't take many. You don't have to find 20 of them to get 20, right? You only need to find 6 or 7, right? 18 to 21. So you got to find 7 to get the 20 that you need. Now, it's not like on each load, that's the spawn you get, because there's going to be a chance of a different item spawning in that spot instead. So it's not going to be a straight 7 runs either, right? Disclaimer. But there's not a lot of that in here, but you will come across it every now and then where that's probably going to be. And, when you engineer a ship, you're like, oh, great, my ship's engineered. And then maybe you get another ship and you're like, oh no, I want to engineer this ship too, but I just spent all my engineering components that I had gathered over time, right? You're just doing missions and stuff. Well, what's this? Oh, okay, I'll take that. Right? You know what it does. And then you're like, oh, you get to it and you're like, oh, hey, here's all this stuff I gathered. This is what I use it for. Engineer your ship out. Everything's all dandy. And then you get another ship and you're like, it's not engineered. So maybe that time you don't want to spend all the time like you had done wandering, randomly gathering that. So you can pinpoint sometimes stuff you need to get. So it's just another loop. That's always just kind of funny because you had said loops. There is another loop like that. Yep. All right. Maroon again, not a surprise. Yeah, let's probably drive around for that. I don't think we need to go far.
No gravity warning.
Oops. Now it'll be something up to you down the line, but the SRV can be controlled by your HOTAS. It can also be controlled by the mouse and keyboard, or via, a game controller. It's all about how many things you want to bother with. I have to say, I think the smoothest control of the SRV comes from using a game, console, a controller. But its button combinations suck horrible. Like, you have to use modifier buttons that change how the button press of something else works because, right, there's just so many things that you have that you can do on your SRV, whether it's, going into the turret or changing your pips or, whatever. There's the boost and all that stuff, right? So the controller doesn't have enough buttons for that. So I wasn't a big fan of that. I hate the mouse and keyboard. I'm just, I know you were saying you're trying to get away from it. So obviously, but I was just mentioning, I just do not find that comfortable at all for me. And the HOTAS is definitely middle ground on that. For the throttle, it works great. I love, up and down. This is no problem. You don't have to worry about holding a trigger or whatever, right? Obviously, really easy because it's a throttle. The joystick for the controls are rough, we'll say, but they work. If you're just driving around like this, I think they do, and the joystick does an acceptable job of moving the SRV around. For certain things like the Guardian sites, because you can meet drones, or if you're considering doing some naughtiness with the SRV or whatever, I don't know if I would use this to control it, the HOTAS, because it is a little rough around the edges. But for middle ground and just doing like this type of stuff, I still use the HOTAS. You can even see he's using a joystick in the image. And there's a joystick right there and throttle. But I will say it does not feel as comfortable as driving with the controller, like most driving games. I think I would like, I'll definitely look at it. I had not forgotten about that. I'll definitely look it up after stream there. You had my interest before, so yeah, no, definitely. Check it out. All right, so let's see. We need one more scan here. How are we doing on time? I'm doing all right. That'll be the one other thing I'll say about Elite's planets right now compared to No Man's Sky or even Star Citizen. This is the majority of what your planets look like, whether you have Odyssey or not. Odyssey gives the exobiology and the settlements that you can walk around. But the planets are pretty much all rocky planets. They're all similar in Nostromo Taurus. Okay. And Orb. All right. So I just do make mention that to temper expectations that you will definitely not come across any grassy green planets or anything. There's no sprawling settlement metropolises like Babbage City or anything, like Star Citizen has. I'm not knocking any game one way or the other, just, tempering expectations there. Because we all really much love to have our populated planets here. Which is pretty big for the hand. Okay, good to know. I mean, the name Orb Weaver alone is just pretty cool, though, right? Like, that alone was like, oh, yeah. But, all right. Back to the ship. Do some bacterium scouting. Let's see. I might have a few minutes, so I might at least fly out to those other one bioplanets just to confirm. No, I know they're not. They're ice worlds. They're going to be nothing but disappointment. We'll see. Oh, and you might get find this just an interesting thing as well about Elite there. There is a well-known community known as the Fuel Rats. And as their name suggests, they bring fuel to you in dire needs. So had you not been paying attention, Do the planets have weather? No. You might see some light dust kick up. There are different atmospheres. So there's like ammonia atmospheres and such. So the atmosphere will tint differently. And a few of the planets have geological things like geysers and such, which are active and you can visually see them. But no weather. No, so no like dust storms or snowstorms or yeah. Okay, so let's see. Bacterium. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's pretty intense, the planetary stuff that they have now. They had changed their graphics engine from between Horizon and Odyssey, as you know, so many games try and use the new stuff. And for as nice looking as it is, I think it can be pretty taxing on the machines. So, as much as I would love them to have weather, I think they can hold off on that. All right. Because I'll be honest, if I had to try and find bacterium also on a planet with weather, I might scream and kill myself. Maybe if they, let's say, I'm sure they will have more idiots. Oh yeah, no, I would like to believe it's maybe somewhere in their future development plans, but there are some things they need to work out. I mean, you know, for instance, the exobiology, right? Since we're kind of on that subject, that heat map that we saw before I got to the planet, all that blue, I can't see it. There's nothing. There's no map. There's nothing here that I can I can even view the planetary map, right? But I don't get to see that quote. Oh wait, hold on. God, stop doing that. All right, what do you want me to do? Let me move that menu. Okay, here, I'm going to try the mouse. Okay, so it's only telling us what we've... So we don't get to even see the heat map. I don't know, I was thought like, oh, maybe they added something before I shot my mouth off. So if I were to be like, if there were more biosignals on this planet than the two that overlapped, I'd be like, oh, where was it? I have to fly back up into Super Cruise. Can't even just fly up there. I have to go all the way back up into Super Cruise. Face the planet again, use the surface scanner thing to give me the view that we can't view here, and then I'd have to change the sub selection there to the next biological signal. So that's not easy. There's nothing. Your suit has this little scan thing, but the best thing it does is tell you a very short distance. It doesn't like envelop the planet and be like, oh, go this way to find something. So, you know, to that point, like the bacterium on that other planet was pretty easy to see because it looked like moss, I could say pretty much. This bacterium, if it happens to be a different genus, I'm not sure what the right word is. Despite the pseudoscience name, I have very little science knowledge. But yeah, I can't even find it at the moment. That would be an extreme, like, man, if there was weather on here and I was trying to find this bacterium, I would probably scream. That's all I was. If they gave us a better way of, you know, finding this stuff once we got down. I mean, this stuff is nice. It's kind of easy to see. But they do have, besides the bacterium, other biological signals that are not easy to see. They blend in a little bit better. Maybe they're the same color as the surrounding area. Oh, hey, there's a... But see, there are SRV tracks. That's kind of fun. Yeah, where is that bacterium, speaking of which? I mean, we've had, like, green planets, or the greenish ground, and the bacterium itself is also green. And you're just like, I am never... Let's see. Okay. I am starting to have some doubts that it's... If it is here, it's a very light gray color or something that's blending in really well. But the other thing about the heat maps is that despite all their coverage, it's still only a potential of that biological signal showing up there. Although most of the time, things like this cover that entire area. I mean, even the bacterium can do that. There are definitely times where that's not the case. And the heat map will... Heat map, I call it that. Topography. I guess it's more like topography because it's more measuring mountains, valleys, and rocky, smooth areas. I think it's actually more true to form. All this here. I don't need this. Sometimes it will actually only spawn in one of those other colored zones, I'll say. Because it's all blue. So it's light blue, dark blue. Oh, wait. Nope, that's a rock. A lot of rock. A lot of thinking you might see something that's just a rock. So that can also be the case. That has happened. Case in point, that other planet had it all over the place, even if it is the same bacterium. I mean, we have the same receptor here. If it is the same bacterium, which was very easy to see, it's not spawning in this particular area. Now, I'm pretty sure their areas overlapped. I didn't... And when they're not that beautiful looking other ones, they're just these flat, squiggly spots on the ground. Which, until you actually find one, you're just like, is that it? Nope, that's the ground. I see, even I'm starting to have my doubts here. Let's see, was that a rock? That's a rock. Rock. Nope. Alright, see, so we gotta go find like another area that it's in. So I'm gonna go back. All of this based off a weather comment. Because I want it too, but then I think of like how much it would inconvenience things, and I'm like, oh god. Alright, so we're doing this just so I can go to, well, one, a different area for the bacterium, but also kind of prove the point, I guess. Not that countless other people don't mention this as a thing that needs some attention, right? It's certainly not the only one. Yeah, I could kind of turn and look at it now, but if we're kind of too close, then it might drop us out of Super Cruise. Like, you know, the little thing here typically means like I think OC is either the ozone or the orbital cruise mark. I'm not sure when we hit that coming in. And then DRP being the drop point just before the surface. I'm not sure, but so if I go back into here, yeah, see Recepta, bacterium. Oh, so there is a small area in which case it will not be. Wouldn't that be funny if that's where we were? And then as you can see, there's, well, it's kind of hard to tell here, some different colors of blue, but we got to kind of curve our way back. Yeah, they did say one of their reasons for no longer focusing on the council and a few other things was, you know, to focus on bringing more. And I get it. And, you know, you saw games like Cyberpunk a couple years ago had to deal with the difference in console versions and PC. Drain just said, Sub-Z there has some colorful comments. They are all actually programmed by me, not to take the fun out of it, but I did try and think of some creative things for Sub-Zero to say there just for fun. And I can add more, and I will be adding more, but I have to say I do appreciate it when people kind of point out some of the stuff because, hey, you know, it makes me feel good. Like, oh, you did like that. So, yes, everything Sub-Z says has been programmed in by me. It's a box. I type it in. It chooses at random, but yes. Yeah, see, positive reinforcement. I too am a science experiment. It's going to defeat him. All right. Yeah, there hasn't been too much I think we've done one breeding session, which actually did not turn out real well. I think you're maybe the first person to feed Sub-Z today. I don't even think Sub-Z's been in a fight, but that's all right. Nothing wrong with keeping Sub-Z happy, though. Sub-Z also stands for Subject Zero, which was appropriate for the laboratory, but came to find out that Sub-Z is apparently always a female, which is okay. It's just I feel weird that we have a breed option. So I don't know. I'm keeping my eye on this, trying to figure out how it all works, but she's acting up. I called him a he to begin, but she always appears to be the mother in the breeding. I don't know. So we either always... I don't know. I'm not really clear how the whole thing works. But she. So I try and be nice about it and say you found a loving partner. And then the little blobs down there have multiplied. We went from 1 to 2. Lizards can be... Yeah, well, that's true. Right? Yeah. Oh. Hey, wait, here we go. Look at that. We found the bacterium. So it is the same bacterium, but it is in a completely different section. Like, this isn't any... Like, I'd have to say we're kind of, like, in more a snowy region. So, here we go, though. But, see, that I find a pain, right? Just to double-check where the bacterium place was, we had to go kind of all the way up there. Whatever. I am not, like, going on a... This game is terrible because of it at all. It's just... I can easily point out things that might be sore points or kind of weird or a couple extra steps and still enjoy something. It is what it is, that's all. It's all about expectations. I keep saying that. Managing expectations. It's like that Reddit meme, you know, where it's a Senor or Sir Graffo comic, right? It's one of the 4-panel ones. And they're like, this is my most favorite subreddit, right? You know? And that's whatever subreddit and then whatever trashy little thing they're always about. And they're like, feel like that when they're like, this game's awesome. And they're like, but what about all this weird stuff? All right. Let's see. So that was 1. 2 more. How are we doing on time? All right. Well, look at that. I guess we're actually going to time, and we're just going to clean up the last 2 biosignals. he says with confidence. And nothing else in sight. Dirty rat. There we go. Go underwater. No, because there is no water. There are water worlds, planets that are mostly water. We're just not allowed to visit them yet. Hopefully, one day soon we'll be able to. And then I don't know what they would possibly do for that, right? Water is a lie, right? Well, you know, there's some questionable things about, you know, stuff, but yeah, that's why I was like, heyo. You know, I try not to do too deep of a comparison between either No Man's Sky or Star Citizen. You know, they are all space games, and that's about as far as I'll go with it. Because I think every game sacrifices something for something else, and I know, and we can even say Star Citizen has sacrificed releasing its damn self, given all its promises. Versus, you know, certain other games like, say, No Man's Sky, which really has no back-end economy and stuff like that, right? I mean, it has something of an economy, but its systems are not interconnected and blah, 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 you know. So, you know, every game, you know, sacrifices something here or there. But I still think they, you know, did a nice job with Elite here. And I'm not dissing it. I'm merely pointing out that it's made a lot of promises that it's still trying to deliver on, and its sacrifice is that it's been, what, fucking 10 years? It's just a matter of fact, man. I mean, even Gravy said that he played Star Citizen and then came over to Elite for something that's a little more finished and polished. And it's not a diss. It's true. It's secret. Never promised a release date. Well, I mean, that is an important distinction. A funny one. Well, they never... they said they had a game in mind. That's funny. Right. Well, that was good timing. Here we are. See, I went to play the other day, and I curb stomped an NPC through a planet. Nice. Rez and I playing. He was kind of showing me around, and they're just dead NPCs in the city, like where you shouldn't actually be allowed to kill people. So they seem to have just given up on life and died, and I robbed their corpses. I didn't get in trouble because I didn't kill them, but you know. I mean, again, not in a comparison thing. I do like Star Citizen. I found it interesting, what they had set up, and I did not get much into it, and I still give Raz a hard time. You know, I want to certainly play and have him fly me around because he's got a ton of stuff, and he knows how to do the mining and everything, and I'm totally interested in checking it all out. I know. Calm down. You can tell it's a little sore point with our boy there. And to Grim, I heard what Grimhex was and never went there for obvious reasons. And NPCs were floating in the air. It literally looked like witchcraft. Yeah, there's a lot of death going around there too. So I don't know if they were actually NPCs. They might have been PC players. Who knows? But yeah. But yeah, no. And I am still interested in seeing more of Star Citizen. Like I said, I have not seen mining, which I know a lot of people are interested in, but I am. I like doing it, and I do like my ship, and I would like to be able to do a bit more with it. But I got to get the HOTAS set up with it. Like sure you hadn't yet there, Gravy. I had the option of doing it, but I just wanted to see what the regular mouse and keyboard was like, and I did not like it. That's right to prison. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. You monopolied right into prison there. All right, but yeah, let's see. So let me see. Wednesdays are kind of a quiet day too, and a lot of the streamers I follow, I kind of also stream during the same time. But likely Grinning Crow or someone is streaming Elite, so I'll try and take us somewhere. Let me see here. I'll just swap scenes so you're not staring at a completely pointless black screen. You can just stare at my intermission screen. I'm going to get something else other than the magic 8-ball there eventually, but I just had to put something there. Let's see, close you down. Deep. Yeah, Gravy, I appreciate you hanging out with me today for sure and chatting with me. Always feel free to swing around when you can. Even if I'm not playing Elite, I know some people get a little tied into a game, but I do try and play a bunch of other fun and interesting games. So if maybe you've never seen something and you're like, oh, I want to see this, maybe I'm playing it. Who knows? But definitely appreciate you hanging out with me today. Let's see here. And of course, you too, Raz. I won't leave you out because I know you're sensitive. And you too, Tacos. But you're a different special. All right, let's see here. Doobie. And to all my other lurkers, whoever else was hanging out with me, I definitely appreciate it. I know some of you are there. I just try not to look, right, subconsciously. All right. Oh no, so Grinning Crow isn't streaming. Must not be his day, but Bognagus is. Bognagus is streaming Star Citizen. So we can maybe switch over. You can see a little more Star Citizen there. He was doing a bunch of illegal stuff last time. I think his thing was going through and trying to get all the illegal missions done. But that was before, I think, the wipe. So I'm not entirely sure what he's doing. But he's also a great resource on Star Citizen and a fun watch as well. Let me just check out. And he should... yeah, be going for only a little while. Was he got 3.19 doing literally everything but mostly crime. So there you go, Gravy. If you want to get a little more crime in and see what they're doing for crime, I'm going to bring you over to Bognagus, who's doing some crime in Star Citizen. Man, so let me just get this set up here. Do have a raid command, but you don't need to use it, obviously. I get it. It can be a little bit of saving time. The first one is for non-subs. The second one is for subs, even though the underpaid graduate student there is not displaying the emotes. They will work, but either way, I do ask that you just come over with me and show some streamer support from me to Bognagus. And Star Citizen, just as good as Elite in its own way here. Let me see. Nuggets. All right, there you go. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow with more Elite, working our way back, more exploration, exobiology. So definitely come and hang out with me. I appreciate it. And yeah, so other than that, you have a good rest of your day. And here we go, over to Bognagus with some Star Citizen. All right, but I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow. All right, bye-bye.